Everything looks good. Go ahead whenever you're ready, DM.
Sweet.
You
Last
whisper it
time
like that.
in Renascence, you guys were back in town. We're back in Freeport. Mission accomplished. New level. Time to regroup. So, you guys had reconnected with the Lauren, gotten back to the Presidium. Everyone was back in town. And come morning, Barnaby approached Lauren with a small project. I just needed her to carry a package, nothing serious, into his brother's boat while they had a conversation. So she did. She also poked around, stole some documents, stole some cash. And Barnaby did have his conversation. He lured his cousin Victor LeBlanc back to his ship from his hotel suite at the chateau and tried to drill into exactly what it was, why he was doing what he was doing, and if he wouldn't rather make a more honest living. Which, Victor was pretty sure there was just a little misunderstanding there. Like he was making good money, things were going well. And they had some legitimate uses for the stuff that they grew. Among his organization's various other business ventures. And was really hoping Barney would come around to helping out with this project he was in towns for. Just clearing out this little mountain farm of some ne'er-do-wells. But Barnaby told him he needed some time to think on it. He's going to go back to his party. He's going to talk things over. He left. And he set off a detonator, which caused the package to kersplode, igniting the ship, and pretty much guaranteeing an instantaneous kill of Victor LeBlanc in his office at the back of the ship as he finished off a bowl of gumbo. And after that, you guys just kind of scooched off scene. There was a little bit of helping to be done, some healing handed out to some of the dock folk who were sort of caught on the periphery of the blast. But no reason to connect you to it as of right now. You guys kind of made off scot-free. And in so doing, Lauren decided it might behoove the party to maybe poke around that hotel suite, see if something couldn't be found. Unfortunately, her desire to antagonize the remaining guards got the better of her, and what followed was a staged exorcism in which Burberry and a couple members of the Presidium were called in to dispel this dark spirit that was haunting the hotel room. Afterwards, you guys just kind of regrouped back at the Presidium. There was a couple conversations, some personal matters were addressed, and time began to pass us by. And I think we're going to be picking up basically on the 15th, as that was when you guys indicated you wanted to have a little sit down, a little talk with Barnaby. If there's anything else to be done that day, or in the following days, please say so. Otherwise, I was going to jump ahead to the 25th, just to get things moving. So, any questions?
I was gonna say we did end the session with the Calabaias reaching out to Noel.
Yeah, that's right. Last little note.
However,
they did want to talk to her.
I did want to clarify something from last session.
Okay.
Because I wasn't sure when that meeting was going to be. Noelle was hoping to get that amulet of proof of non-detection before the meeting. So, if we could retcon it so that she put in a rush order, or that the Calabaias don't want to talk for another week or so, both of those would fix that.
Yeah, that's fine. Either way. The amulet is uncommon. You know, it's not a terribly difficult thing to produce. So, did we already cover the cost for that?
Yeah, I deducted that from my. It was
Okay.
it was I think 700 for Jade's weapon and the amulet or something like that.
Okay. So then we'll just say that it's what is it like? I think it's like a 2 work weeks for
It's
an
10
uncommon
days
item.
for an uncommon.
Yeah. So it'll be done in like 5 days. Then we'll say on the 18th. That'll be ready, and then you could go have your meeting.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Okay. So,
That was my only
anything else? All right. Then on the 18th, Noel, you'd be able to pick up your amulet
Okay.
from the Eastern Alliance at Fort Franco, and comfortable with your procurement, make your way across town to the Calabaya's Manor up in the Outer Heights neighborhood on the north side of town. And much as you remember it, it's this very large estate with kind of open, kind of rolling hills around it, kind of sporadic trees. Very scenic, sort of country, new money vibes. Not too dissimilar from your time in Daggermore, honestly. Some of the estates that you saw on the island there. And coming up to the gate, I mean, you'd be recognized, you'd be led inside by the guards, and you would be met at the door by one such individual who would just kind of lean in and say, right this way, Miss Cartermanch. Yes, right in here.
Subtle as always.
And this large, shaved head, clean-shaven, half-orc man will lead you down a hallway to a familiar sitting room where Martin you find waiting on a sofa, book in hand. He will kind of look up as this guard announces, someone here to see you, Mr. Quartermatch. I'll just be right outside if you need anything. Just holler.
Thank you.
And he will step outside as Martin puts his book down and stands up to spread his arms.
Hey, Dad.
Noel, it is good to see you. And
I'll give him a hug.
he'll give you a hug. I heard you were looking for a meeting of some sort. They said you were coming by, so I just was curious. They didn't say what for.
I guess there's a couple of reasons, but how have you been? It's been a few weeks or months, maybe. It's hard to keep track of time sometimes.
Yeah, yes. It's been a little while, but I can't complain. It's very comfortable here. Honestly, it reminds me a little bit of home, if not a little busier. There's a lot more people in and out of this place, but
Yeah, I'd say this is a little bigger than our home.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it might be.
I guess when you've got to support an entire crime family, you need a lot of space.
Yes, I suppose you do. No. What brings you by? Can't imagine you have a lot of free time.
Well, right now we kind of do. We're sort of between missions here. So I take my opportunities where I can to meet with people. I don't know. Can we sit down for a second?
Sure. And he'll sit down.
I'll join him.
By the way, was that I heard? Read really. The Alliance took Daggermore. Was that you?
I can't
Folk
take,
around here have been saying it was you and your friends.
I can't take credit for that one.
Really? Wow.
But, it's pretty incredible.
Sounds as though things are going well outside, at least.
Seems like the islands are really starting to change for the better. Montauban's is habitable now. Daggermore is, no longer as pirate infested. I'm sure it'll be a long time before everything gets resolved there, but I don't know. It's nice to see some positive change.
He's nodding along.
It's what I always like to see. Okay. On the topic of positive change, I've been thinking about the future recently. We are still on a direct collision course with La Chirag. I think it's pretty clear at this point that no matter what, we're going to be taking that challenge on in the near future. And should we fail, I don't want to think about what would happen, so I've kind of taken to just focusing on what I want to do when we win.
It's a good mindset to have.
I like to think so.
Good to hear.
It's not always easy, but it helps keep me sane. So, yeah, on that note, I do have a lot of things I want to do. There are still problems on the East Coast that I think need to be resolved in ways that I think me and my friends can help with. And there's just a lot I want to see and do. I have a girlfriend who I'd love to marry someday. I've got plans, Dad. And Noah looks around the room. I don't think they involve the Calabaya family. I feel like I kind of need to move past this in a more complete way. I know you're tied up in this still, but to me, every time I look at this place or think about where you're at, it just kind of feels like a monument to everything that Amelia ever worked towards. And I need to remove that from my life at this point.
Yeah. I'm not sure I follow exactly where you're going with this. Are you planning to move against these people?
Truthfully, I don't think so. Not right now. I guess I came here to ask you, Dad, I want to talk to you more. I want to be around you more. I want to know more about you. There was a huge gap where we never got to be together. And I want to see what's there, But it can't be like this. Can't be having to talk to guards and, see you on short timetables controlled by other people. It's just not Right. Nothing's gonna grow from this. I don't want to just destroy the Calabayas. I just want you. That being said, that's not my decision to make. You said it yourself. You're comfy here, and I imagine that they are incentivized to keep you happy and alive for as long as you want them to.
Well, there's certainly still unfinished business here. Business, obviously, that Amelia started, but it's ongoing, I suppose. I can't imagine you want. I mean, you said you don't want to be involved, and I don't blame you at all. I am sort of beholden to it for now. I don't know when this is going to be resolved. Truthfully, there's a lot of lands in our name, our family's name, back west. We have had, I suppose, plans to build a corridor from Alia all the way to Redford and then up to Dazaxa and around. It was going to be a whole big thing. And now the Calabayas are taking a more active role in moving that project forward. But it is still in our name, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take. I mean, I know they don't want to cross you. They've well, they had not said it outright, but they have intimated as much on a few occasions. So I suppose thank you for keeping me safe. I don't know. I might be able to get out of this down the line. There may come a time where I could sign things over, but I think it might be a while. There's not a small thing your mother started. Amelia started.
It doesn't have to be a while. I could just teleport you out of here anytime I wanted.
That's he looks very conflicted. I'll say this, as he's definitely dithering, wringing his hands, and not really, it seems like, able to kind of come to a single thought on this for a moment. Eventually, I think he does say, I've come to think of my time here as a sort of penance in a way. And I think trying to skip out on it like that might cause you more trouble down the line than I think, frankly, I'm worth. I don't want to make trouble for you, no more than I already have, and I know that this situation is not ideal. But I think there will come a time where they may be amicable to talks of the more distant future. A future that does not require me to be on any documents, does not require my name in any capacity. I think there's a future where I have room to step down from this position I've put myself into. But I don't think it's going to be soon, and I don't think it's wise to try and take a shortcut. It was arguably, Amelia and I's biggest mistake was trying to take a lot of shortcuts to get where we were. And now I am here.
This is gonna sound real childish, Dad, but I'm so tired of waiting.
I know.
I really mean it. I want to get to know you better. I know that you look back on our time together with a lot of regrets. But the truth is, even though you weren't a perfect dad, you were there for me when I needed you the most. And that's a lot more than some people can say about their dads. You tried and you put in effort, and I think that counts for something.
He's tearing up a little bit, and heaves his big sigh, and he says, I appreciate that, Noel. I appreciate that. I wish I had done more, and I wish now that I had done a lot less of the terrible things that we did. But
we both could have stood up to Amelia a lot sooner than we did.
I think if at the very least I can see this through without pulling you into some ugly fight like I saw you and your friends get into when you got to Amelia. I don't want to be the reason that you're in trouble anymore.
I understand that. I guess the other part of this is, do you want to... Are our long-term goals aligned? Do you want to get to know me better and be able to hang out and chat and rekindle whatever this is.
I mean, he's nodding as you say that. So I would like that very much.
Because the reason I ask about that specifically is if you wanted, I think I could get you back together with Amelia. It would be
Really?
complicated, and it would take some fiddling on my part to reorganize some things, but if you wanted that, I would understand, and I could make it happen. And for what it's worth, you don't need to make any decisions today. I won't be making any moves or any big calls until we're done with this whole Lasharog thing.
He's nodding as you say all of this. I think you would definitely have noticed, like, his eyes would have lit up at the mention of getting Amelia back. And I think there's definitely this very kind of flustered, like, eyes kind of darting one way and the other, thinking. And again, he starts to dither, just kind of half starting sentences and catching himself. I would be lying if I said I didn't miss her. I would. I don't know if that's best for us, though. For you.
I don't think it necessarily would be the best thing for you, Dad, but I also didn't know her like you did. And for whatever it's worth, as much as I would love to find out more about you and get to know you again, I have a very loving group of friends. At this point, they're basically a family. So I wouldn't be lonely, but I would miss you.
I mean, he's nodding as he listens. He says, as much as I might want to have her back, I can't see her letting what's happened go.
No, she would not. And if she ever knew that I was the person who got you back together, I don't think she'd ever trust you. It would have to be done carefully, but I think I could pull enough strings to make it work.
I mean, he's shaking his head. I can't drag you into more trouble.
It's not any more trouble. It really would not be. It wouldn't be, Dad.
She would be furious.
No. I'm sorry. I wish I could be so clear with you about circumstances, but think of it more like you and Amelia would be entering retirement together.
Well, that's more than a little cryptic.
I know. I'm sorry.
he's just kind of waving his hand, I think, at that point. It's just like, I think I've had a lifetime's worth of sneaking and secrets, and I can't say it's been for the better. We made some mistakes. I made some mistakes, and I don't think that going back is the best way to learn from them. We did very poorly by you, and I can't say I think that was simple circumstance. I think there was a part of her that was always capable of what she did, whether things had been going poorly for us or not. And regardless of what might have been, I think that if she were to come back now, it's just too messy. I can't in good conscience ask that of you. I can't in good conscience ask you to save me from this. I've got to get myself out of it.
I'll say this. She wouldn't be coming back. You would be going to her. And before you say anything else, Noah will take out the amulet and just kind of place it in his hand and close his fingers around it. This is a magic item. It will protect you from ever being searched out with magic or scryed upon or anything, so long as you wear it. Don't put it on yet. Just... you have it now. So if you ever want to make a bold decision, you put that on, you attune to it, and you have them reach out to me.
He is taking that amulet and he is closing your fingers back around it. You are quite tempting when you want to be, you know that.
Well, I had a lot of practice.
We certainly put you up to it. You've done more than enough for us. You secured fortunes greater than I ever imagined we'd see in our lifetime for us. And it only came at the cost of your innocence, of our family. I can't ask more of you than what you've already done.
But I have more to give.
You're not obliged. Here. You're not... You.
Dad, I want to do this, but only if you want it. I promise you. Just take it for me. Consider it my last gift.
He will very begrudgingly take the amulet, but he's looking at you with this, like, only because you're forcing me to look on his face as he pockets it. And he looks back to you and he says, I've made my bed here. Considering that it is significantly less disagreeable than a prison cell, I would say I've every obligation to lie in it. I can't ask you to embroil yourself in this sort of thing again. Not on my behalf. Let me do this.
Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna see a lot of you, but
I think in the short term it's going to be a little touch and go, but I think in time I'll get a little bit more wiggle room, and I'll have to see this whole compagnie cote manche through. And then when the time comes to sign everything over, I think I'll be able to walk away, thanks to everything you and your friends have done. You are a real force to be reckoned with these days, you know. I don't think a day goes by I don't hear somebody mention your little friends. Little. Anything but little.
guess we kind of are now. You promise you'll make every effort to get out of this.
It is going to cost us the old house and the house before it and all of our other holdings, but I think it's the only way out.
I think we can work with that. I'll give him a hug.
I'd say it's more than worth it. And he'll hug you back.
I can't wait to get to know you, Dad.
And are you?
Okay, I'm gonna go.
No trouble. Not for me.
The only trouble I brought is in your pocket. I promise.
He very nervously taps his pocket. He's like, yes, right. Well, I will bear it in mind, but you behave yourself.
I have a warlock to go kill.
Good luck.
Thanks, Dad.
Stay safe.
I'll do my best. Take off.
I think as you head out, you'll see Sandy approaching from the far side of the hallway. It's like, so, everything good?
Yeah, it's fine.
You're all teary. Poor thing.
It's happy tears, I promise.
Still, though, the snot here. She'll start reaching into her coat and pull out a little handkerchief. I can already hear it bubbling up.
Thanks, Andy. I think Noelle will walk a little faster.
No.
And yeah, she'll walk you to the gates, and she will say to you, "Say, well, if you ever need another mo, you know who to call. You sure you're good?"
I'm okay. It's hard to say goodbye when you're not sure if it's the last time you're ever gonna see someone.
Right, this whole end of the world thing. Yeah, I guess you guys are kind of gearing up for it then, aren't you?
That's the plan.
You guys got a plan, or just gonna kind of go out there looking for him?
We have some surprises for him. but we don't have a concrete plan yet. Still working on that. Need to talk to the Eastern Alliance soon.
Probably wise. Probably wise.
We have one more personal thing to resolve in the party before we can even do that. So there's still be a bit more to go.
Sure, yeah. Well, for whatever it's worth, since we last talked about helping out with this situation, put some feelers out, just kind of asking around, see if I can get any news. Not sure if your people in the Alliance have heard necessarily, but I've heard a lot of ships been leaving port past couple of weeks, like a lot. Not sure if it's related. A lot of ports, up and down the coast, all the way up to Catherine's Hill. A lot of ships.
Well, if ships are involved, I'm sure the Eastern Alliance is aware, but thank you. That's good to know.
Sounds to me like something might be happening soon. Figured pass it along.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And, if we need your special skills for anything, I can still count on you, right?
Yeah, I am at your disposal. Especially considering now you're at mine. Thank you again, by the way.
Who knows, it might be fun.
It's always fun. Come on. You're gonna see. There's a rush with these things.
I look forward to being proven wrong.
She's big goofy smile. She's like kind of rubbing her hands together. It's like, all right, well, listen, I'll keep you posted, all right? If I hear anything else.
Okay. Thanks,
Ring
Andy.
And she'll head back to the gate.
Okay. Back to the Presidium.
Yeah.
I actually did think of something that I would like to be doing during this time.
Okay.
I'm gonna be using every scrying spell in my retinue to figure out what the fuck is going on with Father Severin.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
pretty interesting.
Be it scrying or sending or any other way of figuring out how to get into contact or figure out where he is.
I'll say if you are scrying, you are repeatedly coming up.
I'm also not doing just Father Severin. I'll also do his garden.
Siglus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think with scrying spells on both of them, you keep getting the same sort of divinatory static in the mirror or the vessel that you're using. Just for whatever reason, this spell is not able to connect. And sending spells.
We'll get the weird guy again.
Increasingly irate responses from this strange voice.
I think I'll start asking him his name. Like, sorry to bother you. I was just wondering who you are. I seem to be getting you every time I try to contact my friend.
I think the voice would eventually be like, "That's confidential information. Need to know. Your friend is safe. He will outlive you. I am sorry to inform you."
Well, nice to meet you. Confidential information.
You think you're very clever, don't you?
Only when I have time to spare. I think,
well, if I am not allowed to ask who you are or where my friend is he under house arrest? Is that also confidential?
Our friend will be among the few who survive to see the new age. When your world is dead and gone, we will rebuild it.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, how exciting! Who is the new world going to be claimed for? I'm a bit of a dabbler in divine or infernal entities.
Okay.
Come on, give me sweet, sweet God lore.
The response you get is both incredulous and very irritated.
Look, I have.
You hear this voice respond,
I'm sorry, are you in here with us? No? Then I guess you were chosen, were you? Now bugger off!
Okay.
What the fuck is going on? I get up for 2 minutes.
Burberry's looking for Severus still.
Of course I have 5 days of free time and all the sending I could ever want.
True.
Since we're not doing any combat or looking for anyone or any of that stuff, so why not?
Well, unfortunately for you, my interest in you seems to outweigh my unwillingness to irritate you, so that's my apologies. But I would love to know what name should strike the fear into all of the regular populace.
This part's like,
La 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 la! I'm not listening! I have a hatchery to dig! La 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 la!
just tuning you out
I'll
as
wait,
loudly as it can.
I'll wait 20 minutes and say,
You have a lovely singing voice, by the way.
This one's not even like a response. It's like picking up him just muttering.
He's like, we have to do something about this containment shield. This is unacceptable. Too many loose signals getting in. It might be contamination.
too many. Okay, well, I would actually like to, you know what? I am going to do my, commune with my gods, to ask them some questions.
Sure. Okay.
Love to know about this containment field. As I slowly drive whatever thing that I'm talking to in. Is it possible to scry on something that you only know the voice of?
You could try.
I mean, there's no harm in it.
You could try.
Alright. That's just a flat D20 roll, right?
I believe so. Let me pull up the scrying rules. Hi, Bubba.
It's not gonna go through. I only rolled a 5.
Okay, probably not. Actually, wait, no, it's a saving throw. That's right.
Oh, it's a saving throw?
It's a saving throw. The target rolls a save, and it gets a modifier based on your familiarity and any connections you have to it, as far as like possessions or likenesses or something.
Okay. It's a 16 for the spell save.
16. So, without rolling, I can tell you, the scrying was going to yield the same sort of static, indefinite imagery. This just kind of odd, shimmering lights. As though the scrying is being repelled in some way, unable to complete its task. With the commune, what is it that you are asking of your 2 patrons here?
I get 5 questions, right?
I think it's 3 with commune. Let me double check.
Oh wait, the 5 is with Speak with Dead.
3 questions. Contact your deity or divine proxy and ask up to 3 questions.
All right, and they have to be
That can
yes
be answered with yes or no.
Okay. 1. Is Father Severin on the same plane of existence that I am currently on?
I think so?
It's a yes or no question. I think so doesn't cut it.
I think he is. I'll be honest, it's kind of hard to tell. There's something in the way.
Is he distressed by his predicament?
I don't think so. It's
Okay.
it's really fuzzy. I'm sorry. I'm not getting a lot of good feedback from these inquiries. I'm reaching out and I'm getting like real vague impressions. Something's interfering with my ability to sense this guy.
Okay. And then one. I know that it's yes or no. But can I ask something that has 2 options instead?
Sure.
Is the thing that is blocking you mortal or divine in nature?
It doesn't look divine. Doesn't feel divine. I don't know what it is though. It's weird feeling.
I feel like you're determined to be as unhelpful as possible.
Look, I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
Burberry.
No,
I'll call you tomorrow.
No. This
Kristen's back.
This is Cat talking to Plet.
I know.
Burberry would never call his patrons not useful.
It doesn't feel divine, for sure.
Okay, so it's normal magic spells then.
It's something. It's something. It's weird something, but it's not divine.
Yeah. No, basically I was just checking because, like, I know that there are, like, anti-scrying spells, like, you know, Noelle just gave to her dad.
Yeah.
It was just me going, like, okay, it's not, like, another deity getting involved, right? It is, like, a normal person.
There is something down there that is messing with our ability to sense him. Bubba.
I'm gonna continue to annoy this guard with random questions and hope that he eventually slips up and gives me something. Because of the time of the spell slots. So I'll say something along the lines of,
Wait. If your name is confidential information, does that mean that you're, like, higher up on the food chain, or are you a grunt like the rest of us?
I'll say this is like another, like a day or two later. He's like,
You again! I thought I told you to mind your own business. I am a prophet. I will lead my people, my flock, into a new age when the old world has been washed away. Now, buzz off, wash away.
What kind of prophet doesn't have a name? I mean, that seems like a very unfortunate prophet, really.
I have all these spell slots with nothing to
I
do.
know.
It's like, I gotta find something to do today. This is gonna be aggravating. It's like, I am a prophet to my flock. My people. You are not one of them. Good day.
I mean, it's really hard to be a prophet for a flock, though. The flock isn't the thing that you are prophesizing. The thing that you're prophesizing is the thing that your flock wants to follow.
You are an extremely pedantic and irritating individual. Do you know that? Excuse me. I have work to do.
I have dealt with ancient texts because I am interested in languages that I have never spoken to. This is wildly fascinating to me.
My preparations for the coming apocalypse are not entertainment. I said good day.
I didn't say that the prophecies were entertainment. I meant the way of getting there is interesting to me. The thing that you are prophesizing is sure to be fascinating and powerful and deserves to be heard in outside circles. I would love to spread the word if I could only know what I was spreading the word out.
Sure, you already know. You guys are completely fucked. I only have so much room down here. Quit calling.
What do you mean by
Yes, I am upcasting, by the way.
what do you mean down here? Are you like in a cave, or is this like an infernal thing?
I've said too much. Good day.
I mean, it would be a lot better if you talked to me.
He just holds this note, this screeching, loud, grating sound, as long as he can.
Was that one word? Okay, let me try again. Ah!
Just screaming into the sending response.
I'll wait for him to finish.
Sure. I mean, this goes on for minutes.
Yeah, I'll wait for him to finish.
Yeah.
And then I'll wait 20 minutes.
Okay.
And then I will say,
Well, I am terribly sorry to bother you, and I do hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow.
You're not sorry at all. Ah!
It's just another 10 minutes of screaming.
You've driven him to madness.
I just hope that there's someone around here going like,
What is going on?
And the next day I'll say,
Oh, good morning! I was looking forward to talking to you again today. How is your morning going?
This is such an awful
The
way to send
end
a
can't come soon enough. If only because it will mean you and whoever else you are encouraging to call will be gone, wiped from the face of the earth.
Well, I suppose it's lucky for you that it is just me. Unfortunately, you are going to be stuck with me for, at least another week.
You get like a confusion, a sense of uncertainty for a moment. He's like,
Weak? No. That can't be right. It's not due for another few months, at least.
Oh, I get to talk to you for a couple of extra months? That's exciting.
No. We're shutting down things after that. Yes, next week. Next week. I won't be available.
Well, I suppose that I'll see at the end of next week. You do make such a lovely chatting.
I feel like this is just a really long, interrogation that's happening.
just over the course of multiple days. Yeah.
Just playing like a weird version of Good Cop, Odd Cop.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this thing, I will say, just to summarize, this thing is not keen to share information.
Oh, that's fine. I'm probably
just to summarize, at least, so you know. He's not keen to share information. I think it's very clear. One, yes, it does sound... He frequently refers to being down somewhere. He does occasionally refer to closing up the gates. He refers to, the flock, the wayward souls that have joined him over the past years. This being sounds as though they have been active for a while. Multiple years of activity, at the very least, doing whatever this profiting thing it's doing is.
Can I make a charisma, some sort of saving throw to see if I can just get his name?
I would say
After all the wheedling and stuff like that.
I would say a deception check to try and trick him into it.
Oh, well, lucky me. 'Cause that's one of the things I think. 18.
18. Okay.
It's pretty good.
18 total. Unfortunately, I think I think there's like a day where you're like kind of working your way up to this kind of like trick.
Can I get half of his name for that?
That's fair. That's close. So you spend like a day just kind of like
started with A.
Yeah, and like you eventually work your way up to this message that you're like I got him this time. He's got to spill it. And he eventually like replies to that. The flock of cat. Wait a second. I'm on to you. You think you're so clever.
I meant the priest's name, not the overall.
I assume the guy you're talking to, right?
Yeah, well, no, I meant because my name is Burberry, but that's not my.
Yeah, no, I mean he's referring to his
like
flock.
In the third person, so mine would be the flock of Burberry.
The flock of cow. Oh, wait a second.
Gotcha.
Is what you would get out of that.
Cal. I like Cal. Cal's a good name. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say you are going to hit a point at the minute he returns with these endings. Eventually, he is just going to begin honestly, screaming in response
to messages.
Yeah, he is not about it.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It is a little fun to annoy him. Admittedly, one of the only reasons I am doing it is we have free time, but I have the extra spell slots. You know what? But I might keep bothering him anyway. Just at the end of the day before I go to bed.
Sure. Sure.
Chat with him. What's your favorite color, Cal? That's not a color.
Screams of response. So, anything else in this 10-day span between the 15th and the 25th?
I have something. Can you respond to my message?
Secrets.
Right, that's a good question. That would
get Lauren looped in, or can I? If Lauren, do you think I can loop you or get you to cast Dream for me for this thing, if it sleeps?
Yes. Of course. Lauren loves fucking with people with that spell. She misses doing it to La Shirag.
You miss him on those long, lonely nights.
I really do.
What does Dream require? Choose a creature known to you as the target of the spell. I don't know if this would qualify as a known creature.
After how many days of talking and getting yelled at?
Well, she has to know it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you could cast it on me for that.
The gatekeeper can do that.
Well, so with Dream, you can designate someone to be the Dream messenger.
Okay.
But the caster has to be familiar with the target.
Gotcha. Okay. That's fair.
So there's that. I will say, just for the sake of argument, like you guys try a couple of times to get this spell through.
Same barrier.
Yeah, you find yourself kind of running up against this barrier. Like Berber, you go into the trance as like Alorn's trying to aim this spell at this Ka person. And you find yourself kind of rubbing up against that static. And I think you get responses in your sendings the next day to that effect of just like, I felt you the other night. I knew that was you. You need to mind your own business. That kind of shit.
What are you talking to?
I don't want to know you.
It's a parasocial relationship going on.
I'm listening
So-
vicariously through you since apparently I'm doomed anyway. Let me have this.
I'm busy. So, with that, I think then those 10 days probably will pass fairly otherwise innocuously. I think on the 28th, about 13 days since you guys kind of got back to town, Lauren, I think, would have something to share with the party.
Cute. Okay. Lauren is going to track every single person down. So-
Noel's probably in the Presidium.
Yeah, so she'd go to the Presidium and see who's all there.
I am not.
Where's Burberry?
I am at the Conclave Library.
Are we digging into Ka or temple
yes.
stuff?
I mean, also we'll dig into Ka, but also looking up other instances of because it was mentioned that other people have gone through the same ceremony thing.
Oh, the sealing ritual thing. Yes.
So I'm looking up stuff for that.
Gotcha. Okay. So, probably would take a second to grab Burberry, Lauren, but
Barnaby,
After-
where are you?
a couple of hours.
Yeah, should
Okay. By the Presidium Beach.
How close have you gotten to the Presidium?
I mean I go where the fish are.
But how
So
close
Lauren's
have you
going
gotten to the
to-
Presidium?
Swim in the water and get all the fish to swim to her.
That's a good way to get Barnaby.
I will bring the fish
I
and
want-
thus Barnaby to me.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, Lauren, weirdest thing. The fish keep moving on one side of the area here. It's weird.
I know, isn't that strange? Crazy, right? John, where's John?
Nobody knows.
Hey, John.
Not even
What's up?
John.
I'm collecting you. I'm collecting the whole group. So, I'm taking you all on a little journey. So once I have everybody, she's going to walk. It'll be kind of like in between the Presidium and the
Fort Franco.
thank you. And it is going to be an old ranch house manor that she's going to take y'all to. And she's going to turn around and say, I bought us a house. You all have a room, and I kind of put stuff in there to your liking. Just some stuff, not all the stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah, this is our house. I called the top floor, though, because I want to look at the ocean. But anyways.
What does the house look like? Just in general.
We had a picture. Let me see if I can find it.
We're talking like an old, like large Victorian style house, like big bay window. There's like a 3 or 4 story turret, kind of rising up out of the like the coastal most corner of the house. Big like wraparound porch. Kind of overgrown property, I think it was, kind of surrounded by trees and like tall grass and flowers and various herbs that just look like they've very rapidly grown up on this lot around this place. And there is kind of this rocky escarpment that kind of wraps around the backside, like out into the ocean. And there's a staircase that kind of leads down from the yard, I guess, to the water, where there's sort of a little private pier. It's not a big thing, like you couldn't dock a battleship there, but you could row a little sailboat up.
It would be something like that.
It's
John's gonna
gorgeous.
start mowing.
He's gonna what?
Start mowing.
Yard.
Just immediately into the lawn care.
He just sees the state of the yard. He's like, oh. He just starts taking care of it.
I would go in. It looks gorgeous.
So in the house, there is a big spacious kitchen with a cooking fire alongside a more modern stovetop and oven, a library that wraps around the rear corner of the house overlooking the water, a large dining room, and a very large foyer and saloon. And then I think there is a pier on the property for Barnaby to go fishing.
Well, that's where you're going to find me if I ain't in the kitchen.
I figured.
What color is the house?
Mm-hmm.
What color did you paint it?
A bluish gray.
All right.
Fair.
Actually, no. Like a green, not an emerald green, but like a more
Like an olive.
dull green, something
Okay.
that's not going to hurt our eyes.
Sure, that's fair. I'm glad you painted neon green.
Like a nice
Bright, sparkling green. Like holographic green.
Covered the whole thing in glitter.
That's what you spend all the real money on is the glitter.
Powdered emerald.
Wow. That's a lot of fucking money.
That's a waste.
Why do you think she needed all that platinum?
She's gonna get back and somebody's gonna strip the walls.
The house is just fucking naked.
Is this house in a place that we would have like walked by previously, or is this kind of a new area of Freeport we probably haven't been in much?
You probably would have passed by this lot and not really paid it much mind because it was just kind of like an isolated, like somewhat overgrown and formerly like abandoned looking area. Because this portion of Freeport on the far side of Fort Franco heading towards the Presidium, like there's a handful of like houses that kind of dot that area before you hit the sand dunes where the actual fortress is. And there's not a lot of people that live out that direction. There's definitely like more empty houses than there are occupied houses. And this looks like one of the lots that you guys you would have just like walked by without really paying it any further thought, just because you've never seen lights on, you've never seen people moving there. It's always been just peripheral, like no reason to pay attention to it.
Huh. We have rooms?
Yes. They would be kind of
Nice.
furnished with stuff that she thinks y'all would like.
Okay. Can we take a look at them?
Yes.
Yeah, so up the second story, there's a main staircase that kind of leads from the entryway in front of the front door up to this landing that just kind of wraps around the entire second story, and there's 6 rooms that kind of branch off of this. And there's also a second staircase that sort of spirals up from the library in that kind of southern corner of the house up to the second floor, and then continues climbing up into like a tower room.
Cool.
The bedrooms, though, are all roughly similar in size and layout. There's sort of like an apartment space with an adjoining bedroom and a bathroom on each of them. And yeah, Chani, if you wanted to describe what Aloran would have procured for these rooms, you're welcome to.
I'm just gonna be pretty basic with it. Both Burberry and Noelle would have very nice desks. And I think their own kind of like personal bookshelf
Sure.
in there.
Aw.
But there's no books on it. She's leaving that for you to fill up.
I'm about
Of
to
course.
spend so much money.
What?
So I'm about to spend so much money.
I think I think your rooms are like kind of similar, but like different color schemes, I think.
Sure.
And there'd be lots of like plants and stuff in there too, in like little pots.
It smells so much better than the Presidium.
Lauren, did you spend all? How much money did this all cost?
Oh, none of mine.
That was not my question, but now I have.
It's pirate money. Don't worry about it.
Pirate money. Don't even worry about it. All's good. All is well.
I guess you were busy doing stuff while we were gone.
And then in Barnaby's room, there would have been a table that was like specifically made for cleaning guns and all like the oils and treatments and stuff for maintenance.
Ooh,
And then there'd be a
fancy.
couple little racks to display your guns when they're not in use. And then John likes to collect weapons, so there's just a fuck ton of weapon racks everywhere for him.
That's fair.
And then I think there's also like a banjo in Barnaby's room.
Got to.
And a little alligator stuffed animal.
Oh.
When John goes into his room, he immediately starts organizing the weapons.
He found what he loves. Oh, Lauren, this is amazing. I love everything about this.
Well, I figured we all have a home now.
Burberry's gonna do like the slow walk shuffle and then just give you a hug.
Oh.
She'll hug you back.
To pat.
That is a very kind gift, Lauren. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Since apparently I have to go to the bookstore to populate the shelf, would you like me to pick you out a smut novel while I'm there?
Surprise me.
Good surprise, right?
Any, honestly.
All right. So if I come back with like a book on Orcish, you're not going to be upset.
Nope.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
All right. If you do need to talk about anything, do let us know. Because the fact that you just said you were okay with getting a book on Orcish is deeply concerning.
Well, my former person was half orc, so I mean.
Just pats your shoulder and goes, okay.
I will also give Lauren a hug and say, This is the nicest gift anyone has ever gotten me. Ever.
Well, I figured it'd be a nice place to come home to after all the bullshit's done with. Because we will be coming back to this house.
I like that attitude.
Why would we not be coming back to the house?
Excellent! Excellent point, Barnaby.
I know what I should do in return for this, for half of the present. Lauren, in return for your noble sacrifice of giving us a space of our, I am going to write you a detailed description of what happened during the Kobold Orgy.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck the orc book. I don't... Just do that.
Oh, dear heavens.
It'll give me something to do while Barry's looking around.
I also need to populate my bookshelf, if you don't mind, if I could join, Berber?
Sure, that should be fine.
Okay.
I feel like if everyone's kind of exploring the house, Alorn will take Adlar to their room, and she's just gonna be like, it's just gonna be empty, and she's like, what do we do with it?
I like the idea that
Yeah,
Alora-
we spent 2 weeks worrying about everyone else's shit, and we never actually thought about this room, and I'm kind of regretting it because we don't even have a bed in here.
I like the idea
You're
that Lauren
soft. I'll just sleep on you.
made their room
And
the
not
only-
that soft. And the floor is definitely not that soft. It's all hardwood in here, Alora. There's no carpet.
You're definitely hardwood.
I was thinking it.
Okay.
You to leave.
You just like hear that like echoed conversation from up the stairs.
Barnaby's
No,
going to the dock out back.
I legitimately like the idea that out of kindness or privacy, Aloran made sure that their room was on the first floor and everybody else's room was on the second floor, and Barnaby's room is as far away as their room as possible.
I think the one thing she did ask was to like soundproof their room.
Just a little extra insulation on that one.
Yep. So no one heard us talking.
It's a heavy-duty door. As long as it's closed,
So-
everything's fine.
Yep.
Lauren, why is yours the only one with an iron door?
You've complained of me being loud. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make things more comfortable for you.
I see.
So no one escapes.
Adlar can leave whenever he wishes.
There's a window.
Yeah.
Yeah, several windows.
Many routes of escape.
It's quite the view, actually.
That's why I chose this one. I mean,
All right.
Alright, well, I guess
So-
Torberry and I are gonna go book shopping.
Yeah, sure.
Adlar and Lauren are gonna go furniture shop.
You just watch it. Like, you guys are converging back at the house. Like, you guys have fucking bags, like, in both hands, and Aloran and Adlar are just, like, fucking pushing this wagon. Like, this handcart full of fucking furniture.
No, Lauren's dragging it as like some
Oh, like a
giant,
big-ass animal.
like an elephant.
Woolly Mammoth is walking up to that house.
Yep.
There's probably, like, one family in, like, a neighboring house, like, half a mile away that, like, fucking poked their head out their door. You can just see the light and the silhouette of these two people, like, standing on their porch, just like, huh!
Oh, if
There's an elephant at the neighbors.
if there's a neighbor, Lauren's totally gonna go over there and greet them. Like, she'll walk over there as the elephant and be like, "Hi, I'm Lauren. We're your new neighbors. This is my husband, Adlar."
Well, husband now. Hello. Yeah, I think your neighbors are. Ooh, actually, this is a good time to roll for Rando.
They are the presidents of the HOA.
Let's see. Your new neighbors are number 74.
Uh-oh.
D20.
Not a good sign.
It's La Sharag's cousins.
A couple of goblins.
John Sharog. They have a couple of goblins as their neighbor?
Couple of hick little goblins, like they're wearing the little like overalls and like little country dress at the bottom. And they're just like, the elephant just turned into a lady. How'd she do that?
My friend makes really good gumbo. Would you like to come over for dinner later?
Sure. They'll join you for dinner.
Cool.
They are fucking aghast to see this group. Like, this house has been empty for a decade.
And I kind of wish it still was.
You all live here?
Apparently.
It's new.
Well, welcome to the neighborhood, I suppose.
Thank you.
We got the army out that way, and we got them spooky knights over there in that old castle.
Oh yes, we're friends with both.
That's true.
Oh! How nice!
They're not that spooky. Just one of them's a little
Can I
spooky.
can I roll a d20 to see exactly how how nice was?
How what?
How forced?
Sure.
That seemed genuine. I rolled a 4.
Fair enough.
What were these guys' names?
Do what now?
That's
Their names? What were they?
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely slipped my mind. My name's Bucket. And this is my wife, Bite Size.
Why
How do you do?
have a B name?
What's wrong with the bay name? Oh,
There's nothing wrong with it? It's just funny to me. The only other goblin I've ever met was named Breadstick.
Well, Breadstick's a good name.
I'm just waiting for either bucket
You know
or...
breadstick?
Yep, there it is.
I want a bite-sized breadstick bucket. That sounds delicious.
No, it's a bucket of bite-sized breadsticks.
Of course. Well, they sell it, they advertise it as the bite-sized breadstick bucket, of course.
I mean, the way that sounds good.
It does. Can we have that with our gumbo tonight?
That would be good dipping sticks.
It would.
They don't mean that as an insult, I promise.
Sure, yeah, no, that's great. That's cool. What do you guys do for a living?
We adventure.
Oh,
Yeah.
we raise cows.
That explains all the cows.
Yeah,
Back. Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
yeah, those are ours.
That's exciting.
Yeah,
Do you...
they smell terrible, but they taste delicious.
Okay, so you don't like milk them. You just sell them.
No, these are grade A beef.
Gotcha.
Damn good eating.
Well, maybe we could buy some off of you next time we need to cook something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all right, sure. I'm happy to do a neighbor a kind turn. You guys find any cool stuff out there adventuring?
Yeah, I got a cauldron.
It's a nice pot.
Thank you. I made gumbo in it.
Okay, well, I mean, it's good. It's good gumbo.
I have mushrooms.
They like look at each other. It's like, I mean,
What kind of mushrooms are those?
we do like
What?
mushrooms.
They're happy mushrooms.
Gotcha.
All mushrooms are happy mushrooms.
No, these ones make you
Exactly. What are
really
you
happy.
talking about? That's just called a mushroom because you're eating good food.
Here, Barnaby, you want some mushrooms?
What does it go in? I'm not just gonna eat a mushroom raw.
Yeah, you can. She'll just just eat one.
Atlas, all of you having one. I'm having
That's
one.
like taking a big old bite out of broccoli raw without cooking it or nothing.
Mushroom? Anyone? Anyone?
Alora, you're gonna feel a poke at your knee.
Just little grabby hands out from under the cloak.
She'll give him like a few, like 2 or 3, and then she'll proceed to eat more. You have to eat a few, or else it doesn't work as well.
Well, it doesn't work as well.
Adler's just taking them before you eat them all.
Stop! Hey, we have to share. Sharing.
You share too.
I did share. Anybody else wants some before Adler hogs all the mushrooms?
I want to see what all the fuss is about. Pass me one.
Ooh, bite size isn't on it.
Yeah, Bucket and Bite Size will both take a couple mushrooms. Sure. So you guys will proceed to trip balls tonight.
Pause for emphasis. I just realized Noelle has a bunch of art pieces from the Crypt of the Dragon, so I'm gonna hang those up around the house. I have 600 gold worth of art from the dragon tomb.
Sure. Yeah, it's probably mostly sculptural.
Oh, cool.
So, you know, it's like a lot of like worked gold with like gem encrusting and stuff like that.
Sweet.
Busts of dragon heads and claws and like large like metallic discs with like imagery engraved into it.
Cool.
You're gonna find a Lauren at some point staring into the eyes of one of these dragon busts, and just like,
You all right there, Lauren?
hey, the dragon has pretty eyes.
He sure does. I think they're rubies, actually.
Yeah, so pretty.
I mean, it's okay. Oh, right. Just give you a pat on the shoulder. I'm gonna go get Jade.
Where's Adlar? Adlar's pretty too.
I think he's looking at a different dragon bust.
Adlar's like out in the yard, like on his back, looking up at the stars. The goblins are like just sprawled out next to him.
Lauren's gonna jump on Adler. Just plop.
I'll probably spend the night because I think in my book thing, one of the main things I picked up was translation stuff.
Mm.
So I'm gonna pick up where the kid left off on the fairy tale book about the origin of the Fae.
Mm. Okay, sure. Slow going, but you can get that started for sure. Okay. But yeah, you guys can pass the day, your evening, a dinner with your new neighbors, and very large amount of mushrooms.
I think Burr is like on the floor with the candelabra that I picked up a long time ago on his stomach, just turning it on and off again.
Just like occasionally, just like kind of waving it through the air very slowly. You know?
Yeah.
No,
I think
just go get Jade and show her the new place too.
And Jade would just be like, "Are we moving in? Is this that?
I guess so.
This is yours?"
A Lord bought it for us. Can you believe that?
She like looks over to the pile of people in the yard, Lauren and Adlar and the two goblins.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
a little bit high right now, so I would.
they look a little out of it, yeah.
You want mushrooms?
Do what?
Do you want some mushrooms?
I think I'm good for now, but thank you. I smell food though. Did Bonnie be cooked?
Yeah, there's gumbo inside.
There's still some gumbo in the pot. I
That
think.
sounds great right
Come
now,
on.
actually.
Our neighbors might still be over. Actually, I'm not sure if they left yet.
They're in the yard with Alord and Adlar, just
Oh.
laying around in the grass,
Okay. Well,
staring at the stars.
That's bite size, and that's bucket.
Jade will just give them a little wave. Like, oh, they seem adventurous.
They have their own farm apparently next door.
Oh, I didn't know goblins could farm.
They're capable of quite a lot, it seems. Come here, I'll show you my room.
Yeah, she'll definitely take the tour with you and
Sure.
get some food and just kind of poke her head into everybody's rooms just to see what's up.
Okay.
It's really nice.
What does the Lauren's room look like? Oh, it's empty right now.
Well,
No,
they
it's got
just got furniture that
They
day.
got furniture.
I think
That's what they were doing while we were
Lauren
playing books.
let Adlar decorate it.
Mm. I think he probably would have taken you to Little Sarah Shore then and gotten some stuff that looked like feral. There's probably a few like streets, a few blocks in that neighborhood that have like ferally elves living there, and you know he'd probably have
Imported
just bought
furniture.
most of his stuff from them. Yeah, either imported or like crafted by in Freeport by people from Feral. So it would definitely be very reminiscent of what you guys would have seen in Gladham. Like very bright, colorful patterns on the textiles. Lots of big colorful rugs and animal skins and big round bed, very cozy.
Yeah, I think Lauren has never, she lives underwater, so she doesn't really decorate stuff.
Sure.
So she's just like, I don't know, what do you do what you want with it?
I decorate myself. I don't decorate rooms.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it honestly is not too different looking from his bedroom by the time he's done with it.
Did you just recreate your bedroom?
Hey, you like it? It's pretty close, right?
And you don't have to worry about your parents walking in. Bonus!
We should go to see your parents now.
I think they could wait.
Now let's go, come on.
Now? No, come on. We're having a great night.
Look,
Let's
I
not
can walk
ruin
through a tree. Come on, buddy.
it. No, we don't have to do these now.
Fine.
Ooh, do we have a big tree in our yard?
I imagine you have several trees. Partially obscured from the road by the tree cover.
Very nice. Are they big enough to be walked through, if need be?
I think so.
If they weren't, Lauren used plant growth to make them big.
Fair.
Right.
That was what she was doing yesterday.
Yeah. So, you guys have a house.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Lauren does have a couple other things if nobody has anything.
Yeah, go for it.
What you got?
She will go to the Presidium.
Okay.
She will take the remainder of the gold from that she took off the ship, and she will sneak into Gideon's room, drop it off, and leave like a little note, and then sneak back out.
Okay.
And then
Not hard to do. He is not in the room.
Perfect. And then she would eventually find Alexei and talk to him.
He is down in that secret little dry dock under the castle, where he's been with Gideon for the past month, it seems.
I think she'd probably just be like, "Let me know whenever you're free."
Yeah, and I mean he'll probably track you down at the end of the day as he's getting ready to head back to the keep. So, what was that about? It seems semi-urgent.
Have a gift for you. And she will hand him a bag full of money.
Aha. What is this?
Oh, it's for the startup project for when we get kicked out of the Green Wardens. I'm not much of a planner, and making plans sounds tedious and what smart people do. And I'm more of like, you just call me and I'm there for it. So I figured you could use your big brain muscles and start figuring out what to do with this.
Seed money.
Also magic carpet money, because I still feel bad about that.
Seed money, I think. As he kind of jostles the bag, and he says, "Well, I suppose there will probably be a need of it once this is all said and done. How much is in here? Is this platinum?" Yeah, he just looking at you like, where the f did you get this?
I was busy on Daggermore. Surprisingly enough, pirate lords are rich.
Shocking. I don't suppose there's any way to reconnect the former owners of this coin with...
I'm just a goody two-shoe. No, shut up. Just take it.
It would be the proper thing if we had such a way. Thank you, Lauren, for my new job, I guess. Are you hiring me?
I'm...
You're giving him money to do work.
Yeah, I guess so. Huh. Yeah, plan out a whole organization for me, please. Thanks. That's better than the Green Wardens. Por favor.
I'll just get right on that, won't I?
Hey, as I said, you have the big brain muscles. You like books.
Well,
I'm more of good at reading people and talking to people. I'm the socialite, you're the brains, okay? That's gonna be the dynamic.
You're definitely gonna be talking when this is all said and done.
Yeah, you should also help me prep for that too. And she'll pat the back again.
You have me indefinitely on retainer, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, also, because I'm assuming at some point you're not going to be able to keep staying at the Green Keep. We have a spare room at our new house.
You bought a house?
Oh yeah, do you want to come see it?
You bought a house? Smash cut to standing in the yard.
Was that Secundo?
No, that's no, what's his name? Alexei. Just very rapidly cut to you guys standing in front of the house. He's just dumbstruck looking at this giant fucking monstrosity of a home.
Yep, this is our house. There's gumbo, probably somewhere. Barnaby loves to cook gumbo.
I can smell it. Yeah.
I'm going to show you the room that's available if you so need it.
Sure. You sure?
Yeah.
To be honest, I hadn't really given it any thought up to this point.
Oh, look at me. I'm using my big brain instead of you. How fun.
That ship has taken up every square inch of spare thought I've got. I won't bore you. I know it would bore you to tears, but it is genuinely fascinating to see. Anywho, room. Yes, thank you. He'll follow you upstairs to take a look at it and just, looking around. It's like, I probably fit most of my stuff in here. Is there a cellar? Could I maybe stash some things down there?
Are you going to do crazy, weird things in the cellar with your little magic tricks?
No, I just don't think that the dragon skeleton is going to fit necessarily the wingspan. I think it's a little...
Oh, we could hang that in the foyer. That'd be cool.
It's already pretty dragon themed.
We got lots of dragon stuff in there.
We could. Thank you.
If you don't want to stay here, you don't have to. I genuinely the option.
I genuinely hadn't given it any thought up to this point. I've just been so wrapped up in this preparations with the watch. It's been a lot of work, surprisingly, to get that thing seaworthy again, airworthy, I suppose. But you're not wrong. I will probably need somewhere else to stay after this is all said and done. So,
unless you and Gideon are
Yeah, how's the ship project been going with you two? Noelle's suddenly in this scene.
Oh, the shipping, yes. The ship.
Yes.
No,
There's
wait.
been a lot of shipping going on.
Which ship are we talking about? Because there's two now.
I'm shipping right now. 1 second, Noelle. I'm making I need to know
I just wanted to know. I'm just asking a
information.
question, that's all.
I'm asking a question too, a very important
The
one.
ship's going well.
Oh, it is.
Ship?
That's
It is
great.
underway. I mean, the thing's powered on. It's just a matter of making sure we've got every subsystem on there cleaned up. No more flashing engine lights anywhere. There were a lot of them when we flipped it back on initially. So, yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. I think we've got. It's going very well.
That's great. I still had my question. So, how are you and Gideon doing?
We're doing very well.
Really? That's so cute.
It's going well.
He just squints at you Gideon is a very, very experienced soldier, and he knows a lot
I thought you were
about.
going to say something else.
He knows a lot about the
experienced, you
ship,
say.
despite not being
Your ship?
Presidium armorer. No, well, I mean,
Your port?
it was ostensibly Aaron's responsibility to maintain the old armaments, but Gideon is very well versed in the ship's structure and armaments.
What about your ship structure and arm?
Lauren, I think maybe you were driving at something that is.
Oh, Lauren, he's
She-
on to us.
She's laughing. She's laughing, trying.
Okay, all right, I get it. It's very funny.
Look, you guys
Wait, no,
have
but
spent a lot
seriously.
of time down there together. We don't see
Alone in
much
the
of
dark.
you alone, working together passionately on a project.
So into the ship together.
Mhm.
I feel you might be romanticizing just a wee bit.
Oh, there's no we about it.
Can I be perfectly honest? I'm not sure Gideon's even into that kind of thing. Truth be told, he's very focused.
I can see that.
Fair enough. I don't know, Alexi. Maybe You'll have time together. We'll drive him into your arms.
That's
You
true.
can take a magic carpet ride into the night together, or he can fly you into the night with his wings.
It's so romantic.
So romantic.
It's just, a girl can dream.
Yes, we can. Oh, also, here's your invitation.
Oh,
Invitation, he takes it, he opens it, his eyes pop out, he's like, oh.
Oh, Lauren, I should probably tell you I invited someone.
Thank you. You will tuck that away. Very red in the face.
I'm going to insight check that and see if he has any interest. $24.
Alexi seems flustered right now.
His face is very red.
Yeah, I mean, just real flustered, real trying to, batten down the hatches, keep it cool, keep it collected. He's putting forth a lot of effort to keep that professionalism going right now.
Good luck.
Yeah.
It's okay, just RSVP whenever you're ready. I'm sure Mina will be waiting your answer.
Absolutely.
And Jade.
Of course.
And Adler. And whoever you invited.
Aldred. I'll tell you about him sometime.
Sounds good.
He drew me a picture.
Oh yes, you could just show her the
It doesn't exist. Oh, the paint. Well, no, neither exist.
The painting that he gave her.
Yeah, it exists.
Wait, which painting are we talking about?
He ended up actually painting her a painting.
Right, he did. You're right. Okay, yeah. That would be a good way to do it.
Is that in her room?
It's, it's in there. It's not necessarily hung up on the wall, but it's in there.
It's like leaned face down against the wall.
It's like in a drawer.
It's like, oh, what is this one? Ooh, where did this come from?
Yeah, I'll need to tell you about him too.
Well, anyways, place to stay, place to have fun. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Anyways.
Thank you, Lauren. I greatly appreciate this. This is a lot, and I thank you, genuinely.
You're welcome.
How many bedrooms does this house have?
7.
Dang. Big house.
That's a big
There was
house.
6, but I think Lauren converted the tower room into a 7th bedroom.
Nice.
So, Alexi has a room.
Beautiful.
I think you might occasionally, just over the next week-ish, there's maybe a couple nights where you notice Alexi stops by to drop a couple things off in one of the bedrooms. Not a lot, but there's just a handful of boxes.
Sure.
So, with that, anything else?
Does Lauren ever hear anything from Gideon?
Oh, about the donation.
I mean, do you ever go back to the Presidium?
I'm sure she bops by.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're at the Presidium, I think Gideon, the next time he saw you, would probably flag you down. Just be like, Lauren, do you have a moment?
Sure.
And approaching you, he would, clasp his hands behind him as he does, and I received the letter in the package that you left. I just wanted to double check if you were certain.
All yours. No questions need to be asked.
Then I won't ask. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is a that is a lot of money. I think things are due to be very different around here for the foreseeable future. Where did you get that cat?
I found it outside.
It just materialized into her hands.
Oh, I brought you a friend. Here's a cat.
Oh, hello.
I figured since you and Alexi are in a thing.
I'm gonna be a crazy cat person instead.
You just see the eyebrows shoot up a little bit.
A cat who will only want attention sometimes might be good.
Thank you.
Just manifesting
I
cats.
think there's a faint little bit of amusement kind of peeking through that. That definitely that got a little smirk out of him. Very, very thoughtful.
Yes, well, we bought a house in between the Kier and...
Alexi mentioned you had offered him a room.
Oh, so you know about the room.
I did hear, yes.
Any invitations?
I'm sorry?
No, never mind. Sorry.
At any rate, Lord, I appreciate the donation immensely. That is, as I said, a very, 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 very significant amount of money. And more than enough, I think, to begin commissioning repairs on this place.
Well, it's the least we can do for you, so...
Well, considering what you and your friends have found yourselves up against, donation or no, I think we were obliged to offer some form of support in your fight, which is very much now our fight as well.
Yeah, and you've helped us when we were at the beginning, and now we actually have means. So, might as well repay.
Evidently.
It was Daggermore, okay, Pirate Lords.
Wasn't asking, but I honestly sort of assumed that was the case.
Cool.
But thank you, again. It's a lot.
Well, Barnaby makes gumbo every night if you guys are ever hungry. We're not that far away.
I will certainly spread the word. I know Rainer and Secunda will certainly miss his cooking. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if Gerald poked by every now and then.
Oh, that reminds me. Here's an invitation. Don't read it right now, please.
Oh,
Don't read it right now.
An invitation.
Yep.
He will take the envelope. But don't read it.
No, you can read it. Also, what are you going to name the cat?
He's going to stand there for an uncomfortably long time thinking.
She's just gonna name it Cat.
You should name it Ghost.
That's a good name. Ghost.
Does he open the letter?
I was going to say Boots.
Oh, Boots is cute.
He's going to tuck the letter inside of his coat. So when should I read this?
You know what? Actually, if you want to read it right now, you can. But,
He will pop the envelope and hold it up to the blindfold, and he'll say, "Yes, I feel enlightened."
Oh, that's right!
I'm not the only one who's forgotten. Vindication.
I'll have Alexi read it to me later. So he rolls it back up and just tucks it into his coat again.
Perfect.
Oh, that'll be lovely. Can you let me know? No, I'm just gonna hang around a bit. I want to be around during this conversation.
So you're waiting to see his reaction?
Oh yeah, no, Aloran will 100% just be like,
Yeah. I think the next time you see like Alexi and Gideon like come upstairs from the dry dock, Alexi just like kind of shoots you a look, keeps walking. Gideon is behind him, like sensing you up ahead. Like there's definitely a flush. He says, Alexi has informed me of the contents of your letter. I will take it under consideration.
oh, it's not a no? Oh, sweet.
Thank you for the invitation.
You're welcome.
He's gonna just keep walking at that point, just upstairs. What was that?
Oh, she'll turn to Alexi and go like 2 thumbs up, like, yeah. He didn't say no.
Alexi like shrugs, like, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna say yes or not. I don't know.
Well, he didn't flat out say no, so
He didn't say anything to me. He just went.
Wait, did he know
Stone-faced.
that Alexi also got the invitation?
Did you tell him that you got the invitation too?
I said as much when I saw what it was. Yes. So I don't know where he stands on that, but he knows. He knows. So.
Oh, where's Gerald at? I also need to get him one.
The ship may still sail.
Just need some extra tailwinds, I guess.
Sure.
She will also give an invitation to Gerald.
Yeah. Gerald's like, is this what I think it is? Yep, okay. Look, if we live through this, I'm sure. Yeah, fine, I'm down, but...
Wait, how did you know about it?
She was in the room.
Alexi's got one. Gideon's got one.
Should I invite Rainer and Secundo? Or do you think... Well... But that's upper management mixing with...
That's true. It might be a conflict of interest there.
Nah, it'll be fine.
What is happening?
Just remember the ratio, Aloran. The ratio!
Gideon and Alexi still alone time.
You're gonna do the sex equivalent of... What is it? Ringing the doorbell and running away?
I feel like... I've been
Ding dong ditch.
There we go.
Alright, Aloran's done. We can continue now.
Okay.
If we keep going, she's gonna invite all 3 ports.
It's gonna be one really busy day.
Gonna need a bigger pot for that gumbo.
I don't think you want to be part of that pot, Burpee. Did I get any luck from my research at the library?
Into Ka, right?
Yes, into the...
Okay. I will say, with a 17, no. You would probably have come across a handful of celestial beings, fiendish beings that had Ka in their name at the beginning of their names, but yeah, I mean, you already know from your communion that this thing is not a divinity of any kind.
Gotcha.
So outside of that, not really any records to really point you in the right direction. This thing is not on the Conclave's radar, as far as you can tell.
Okay.
Can I just say the Presidium having a cat is so perfect? They totally would have a cat on the ground.
They would.
It's just like sitting on the wall watching you guys as you walk through the gate, just flicking the tail.
Yeah.
Like
Like
half
Lauren's
eyes
like-
half open.
Lauren's like, hi, ghost, and turns them to speak with animal. How's everything going?
You're gonna find out that it's a familiar or something. And
But
you're
she
gonna
can
be so
speak with
mad.
animals.
Meow.
It's a plant cat. Cat's a plant.
It's not a real cat.
I think speak with animals to ghosts. Like, yes.
Ooh. So fancy sounding.
How do you like it here?
It's a bit drafty.
Well, they're gonna work on that for you.
Good.
How's Gideon? Is he treating you nice? And she'll give him little chin scratches.
He's quiet enough, I suppose.
What about the others? Are they nice to you too?
They clatter and clank as they walk. I don't care for it.
Oh, so it's just Gideon. Just Gideon's your little guy. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. All right, that's enough. SWAT.
Oh, tell Gideon I said hello.
You can tell him yourself. Leg over the head and starts licking himself.
What if I gave you a little fishy?
Ears perk up, eyes go like dilated, just like, ooh.
Well, you tell Gideon I said hello for fishy.
Drop that immediately.
And only if you say you will.
I don't speak to the help.
I don't negotiate with terrorists. Drop the fish.
I'm going to eat the fish.
Don't you dare.
How
The tail's just flicking.
You should have pounced on your face.
How dare you? We're going to take that fish immediately. You have made a grave enemy this day, madam.
Oh, I think you'll forgive me. And then she'll put down a few fish for him.
He's like, oh, yes. And just digs in. Just happy cat, footy tail.
That is a perfect personality for the cat that lives at the Presidium.
You have made a grave enemy this day.
Blah, blah.
Just a haughty asshole. Cute.
Very cute. Humblebee.
Alright, I swear I'm done.
Okay.
No worries.
So that is handled. Research at the Temple of Viridia is handled as far as the Ka goes. You said you wanted to look into the ritual, Cat.
Yes.
Okay, let me pull up some old notes and take a peek. That would have been back in session. It was a while ago, huh?
Yeah.
What's the town called that we?
Hallowvale.
Hallowvale.
That was
That was
before
episode
Chaser,
91.
right? 91.
I only know that because I called it Hallowvale.
Okay. Da, 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 da. Right, so they had referred to you as a herald, right? That was their term for Burberry, and it was someone who was a prolific source of divine power for celestial beings.
Yep.
And the ritual does not have a formal name that you can find. I'd say there's maybe like two books in total in the entire like Temple of Viridia archives that really like touch on it. And the one book I think more covers an incident with a herald called The Calling of Eldegost.
Okay.
and it was this was an incident from like the year 121 or something like that.
I almost thought you were about to say the year 1, and I was going to be like, what?
No, this would have been about 300-ish years ago. So that's like probably 600 Earth years, give or take. The city of Ur-Kirban on the west coast of Lythor was sort of overtaken by this localized incursion from this extraplanar force. The city was kind of isolated from the outside by this, kind of like pulled into a demiplane almost, it felt like. The situation arose because a herald made contact with this entity known as Eldegost, and it was only through an attempt to sort of cut off the herald's connection to Eldegost, as they had sort of been like trapped in the city by that envelopment. They had to send like a team in. It was like a whole, strike force adventure situation. They got to the guy, they got to the herald, they tried to perform the ritual in the hopes of, shuttering that flow and kind of cutting off his connection to the material plane. Unfortunately, the ritual did not work as hoped, and they had to kill the herald. But there is a pretty vivid description of the ritual process in the course of that. And you would see that there is this there's this intricate circle that's drawn, not too dissimilar to a large, like, important, like a teleportation circle or a conjunction circle, or other various important magical spells require these. There's a number of sort of secondary circles where sort of the participants in the ritual sort of position themselves around the herald, and together they sort of commune within the herald's mind, and kind of as a collective effort kind of try to work with the herald to reach that central nexus of power within them.
Is that why it didn't work with the previous herald? Because you have to work with them, and the herald was like, "Nah, bro."
The account is not super clear on why it didn't work, I would say. It would have more or less said that the ritual took, I think, like 3 days.
Dang.
And in the end of it, they were effectively rebuked. 2 of them died in the process. And their only real recourse was to slay the herald. And even then, there was still a lot of additional work to kind of cleanse the city of this eldritch influence once the herald was dead and the connection was severed.
Gotcha.
So it was a messy situation, but it's sort of the foremost example of what can go wrong with a herald that the Conclave kind of points to as like, this is the worst case scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other book, I think, would be a much drier and more formal kind of treatises on kind of the esoteric rituals of the Conclave. And there's stuff like, the formal baptisms and high communions with the deities. There's rituals in here that you would see, you would recognize from your kind of time in the seminary, like learning as a student, to kind of commune with new outer gods, and kind of reaching out to heretofore uncontacted beings. Various protection spells and safeguards that accompany that, which you did not necessarily abide by as a student. And among those,
I don't know what you're talking about.
among those, you would recognize what is referred to in this book as the ritual of heraldic binding. And again, you would recognize there is this central circle wherein the herald stands centrally, surrounded by a small group of close associates. When the ritual is performed, these everyone involved is sort of pulled into this psychic space, and depending on the state of the herald's mind, there is some measure of work to be done between the participants of the ritual in order to reach the center, in order to locate and take control over the fount of the herald's power. And from there, it is a matter of will and coordination between the participants that determines ultimately the outcome of this. In the worst case scenarios, the ritual fails utterly and the participants are rebuked and it has all been for naught. Second to that, the font can be completely closed off and the herald is left more or less to sort of rebuild their connection to the gods from the ground up. More ideally, that fount of power is brought to heel, controlled in some manner. The flow of energy between herald and divinity is brought more under the herald's direct conscious control. And ideally, in that scenario, the herald comes out of it with a more thorough connection to the gods they wish, and are more capable of severing such connections with outsiders with whom they do not wish to commune.
Okay.
They are not. Neither account is terribly clear on what is actually happening in this psychic space, though. They do kind of gloss over what is happening there. It's referred to in both cases very much as this kind of collective task, this collective work. But they don't really say in much detail what's happening.
Gotcha.
I think Boldenil, the mother superior of this temple, would probably check in on you at some point during your research, and just kind of seeing what you're reading. We'll ask, have you given further consideration to this proposal from the Cardinal?
Yes, I do still have some reservations on it. Not a small task.
No, I can certainly understand the reservations. It's an undertaking. Certainly. I've never heard of one being performed in my time with the Conclave, at least.
I actually had a bit of an odd idea, and it's mostly if you get out on the other end of this, but I was thinking about actually setting up a chapel in Montauban. For people like me who would like to look into less, what's the word? What is the word? Standard?
Conventional?
Gods, unconventional. It's into unconventional gods, but more safely. Or perhaps for priests like myself who have been on the bad end of the receivement.
Boldenil, I think, is considering the idea for a bit, and she says, I think there's probably some form of this impulse that could be very beneficial I think I would be remiss if I did not perhaps caution against diving back into the hunt so quickly.
Oh, no, I do not plan on connecting to any more, at least in the immediate future. I am perfectly content with the small cadre that I am connected to now.
I think that's probably for the best.
I just imagine that long term it might be because I viewed the way that we practiced to be very rigid was one of the reasons that I kind of started going off my own in the first place. So having a safe spot to look at stuff like that might behoove more problem priests.
Potentially.
If that makes sense.
I think at the very least there's an argument that the fundamentals of our education could be revisited considering what's happened in your case.
To be fair, I am an outlier in most perhaps it would be served as just a cautionary tale more than anything.
It will certainly be one for the records. But I think there is probably some form of this that we could put to safe, actionable use. I've never worked at the Court of Stars myself, so I can't speak for our brethren in that branch, but I imagine at the very least an additional observatory probably wouldn't be frowned upon. Could always use more support.
To that end, I'm actually working on another thing as well, and I know I just said that I wasn't planning on jumping back onto the horse so soon, and I'm still not.
Mm-hmm. She looks a little nervous.
It's nothing celestial. It's no one that we can bind to anything. I actually I just made a trip to the Feywilds with my group. And I picked up this, and he pulls out the book on the Feylore.
We'll take it.
So
that's a weighty thing.
Yes, it's written in Sylvan, and I did get a little translating the beginnings of it by one of the Fey children that I was traveling with. But it's basically a record of the origins of all of the Fey lords on the other side. And I do know that it is possible to contract with Fey.
I have heard of such arrangements.
Right, and while it's not a divine thing by any means, the Fae are powerful beings, and it might be good to at least have a copy of the literature for later understanding.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
And I do plan on continuing to translate this copy. It's a little slow, though, because I don't speak Sylvan.
Well, I imagine if you want to make an honest go of translating this entire thing, there's certainly people in Hollowvale that could probably avail themselves to this project. I'm sure it'd be an undertaking even so, but I don't speak Sylvan either. I'm not terribly connected to the Fae.
Most people don't. And honestly, if I do also have some contacts in Fae Rule who might be able to assist, since the line between the veil there is a little thinner.
You've been to Pharaoh recently.
Yes.
I
Or
have
less.
things warmed there for us as far as their receptiveness
They
to
are
the conclave.
They are still very endeared to the way.
I suppose that tracks.
That being said, I may or may not have accidentally made a very nice statue in front of the conclave branch there.
Well, that's not nothing.
But they are not hostile, at least, which is much improved over how it was at. Oh, I should check up and see how our brethren is doing at the Daggermore outpost.
Oh goodness, I'd almost forgotten you told me about him.
I can sending to him real quick if you would like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Quickly Google's Daggermore again.
I have him in my notes.
Language.
Alexiros?
Alexiros.
He worships the god of war. And
Cruel Thacero Alexiros. Yeah, sure. All right, so you send to him. What do you say?
Hey, it's Burberry. Long time no see. I heard there was Daggermore, and I wanted to make sure you were doing okay.
What was the middle part of that?
I heard that there was a large upheaval at Daggermore, and I was going to make sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think Alexiros' voice would come back to you.
Brother Burberry, it's been a while. The Bloodhole is well, as am I. The East Alliance has been very good about safeguarding our traditions here, despite all the fighting in the streets. Good to hear from you.
I will. Oh, he is doing all right. He says their temple is the Eastern Alliance is doing a good job at making sure that they are continuing to be able to practice in their way, though it is a little bit more violent than most of ours.
As I recall, it was a temple to Beazel. So
Yes.
that would track.
A lot of fighting.
Yes, I confess I was never terribly close with him or his teachings, but to each their own.
Now it does fit right in with Daggermore.
Suppose it does. He's good though. Then that's good.
Yes, he is very much among the land of the living, which is something to hear.
Well, I think there's definitely a conversation to be had as far as this temple idea of yours on Montalban. We do already have a conjunction circle and mooring and a small chapel, as I'm sure you saw. But considering its proximity to what seems like a thin place along the planar boundary, I could certainly see some value in maybe building up in that area. Certainly something run by the Cardinal, at the very least.
Well, and obviously, I was planning on not an insignificant place, so if we would like to have it be a sanctuary of sorts, I was planning on
blessing the ground.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you are planning to do it anyways, I'm certainly not going to stop you from sanctifying. By all means.
Well, did you need me for anything else?
I just wanted to check in on you. You've been in here for a little while, and seeing the subject of your research, I thought I might just inquire.
Well, I would prefer not to go into this sort of thing half-cocked, as it were.
I don't blame you. It's a lot to ask.
He'll just nod.
Barbara, if I might ask, actually, for my own curiosity, what drew you to the conclave to begin with?
Honestly, the idea of something bigger than myself, especially whenever every part of my life was planned out, and I didn't really have a single spot to stay in. As you might know, my family were traders. We always were moving from place to place, so I didn't really have a lot to hold on to. Like, the stability in that sort of thing wasn't quite there. So imagining and finding ways of connecting myself to everything gave everything more. It gave me more solid ground to exist, you know. I know it probably sounds weird.
I think it explains a lot, actually. Are you happy with the conclave?
I enjoy it very much. The sense of camaraderie is wonderful. I do think that my waywardness isn't quite in line sometimes, but everybody finds their own way, right?
I suppose you're not wrong.
One way or other. Sometimes there's growing pains.
I only ask because it just seems, to me at least, you are, how else to put it? You were genuinely very exemplary, it seems, in your connection to the higher planes. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone else in the cloth ever take to our work in the same way. I mean, you are genuinely seeing you fighting with your friends. It is a little jaw-dropping, I suppose. I don't know that I've ever met a priest of your capacity, and I say this as the head of a major temple, probably the biggest temple on the Emerald Coast.
You know, it's funny. Whenever I left the conclave the first time, I never imagined that all of this would happen. It's been very weird. I do think that allowing myself to be a little strange certainly helped me grow. Though I don't know if that has anything to do with my
exemplary connection to the spirit world, as it were.
Well, either way.
Said for leaving the proverbial house, though.
I suppose the wardens do have their itinerancy, but we don't really have a parallel for ourselves. There might be something to that. At any rate, I didn't mean to distract you for so long. I will let you get back to your reading. I was just curious.
Do you? And I'm sorry, unrelated. Do you ever have conversations with our platinum brother?
On Illical,
Yes.
I am not terribly close with the sect, but I have spoken with a handful of our brethren on the islands. They come to Freeport periodically, but no, I can't say that I am terribly well versed in the teachings of the Platinum Dragon. You'll forgive me if I am maybe a little pragmatic in my approach to these matters. I think the gods we can actually speak to are the ones who deserve our primary focus. And I'm not convinced that there's much to be gained for Vergos attempting to commune with this Platinum Dragon. But I could be wrong.
Well,
I can admit that.
I am a little reluctant to disagree, but it actually might be a good idea to contact them. With the I can't remember words to save my life. With the red what have you coming up, there is actually a connection to that in the past.
How do you mean?
So while we were there, we ran across an ancient draconic tomb from one of the dragon lords, and the Platinum Brotherhood usually keeps all of those under wraps to avoid looting and the like. But
Understandable.
we were actually able to talk with the corpse of the dragon that lived there.
Oh.
And one of the last things that he did before he died, fight against the very thing that we're trying to fight against now.
Oh.
So it might be good to dip into their history books a little bit, if only to find out what currently is happening in our present.
That sounds important. Yes. Thank you. I need to talk to several people now. But thank you.
Sorry, I didn't tell
Burberry.
you sooner.
No, I appreciate you telling me at all. That is significant. Excuse me. We will look into this.
She is gonna.
Yeah, she's gonna dash out of there. I think the next couple of days at the Temple of Viridia, I think you definitely can tell. Like there are preparations to be made very rapidly to get like a team to Illical in short order and look into this. So
I'll also give locations, the name of the Eastern Alliance contact that I messaged whenever we were done.
Yep.
To, help smooth things along.
Yeah, that's fine. And I mean, I think just touching base with Bold Null later. I mean, she would just tell you is like if there's any more information to be gleaned than what you've already gotten, like we are definitely obliged to look into it if we can. So, That is the plan, is to get some conclave out that direction. Unrelated to conclave, we do have some item acquisition deadlines coming up here.
Yep, got some stuff in for the 20th.
Yeah. Burberry, on the 24th, you would have heard back from your folks. They would have told you that they would have been able to procure a diamond for you, and it would be in your vault. 3 days later, Sam Plotable will get in touch with you.
Do I get to
And
get you?
let you know that he has also gotten a hold of a diamond and is going to arrange to have it shipped to you for you to pick up. So,
All right, well, I will be sending both of them money.
I mean, yes, to your contacts. On the 30th, your shield will be ready.
And those are 1,000 gold worth of diamond?
I believe it was for resurrection.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah.
So
I'll
two
purchase
1,000 gold pieces. Okay. So that should be Burberry stuff for now. Anything else from the party up to the 30th?
I think Lauren would occasionally try to scry on Lasher Dog.
Okay.
Can I request that we take a small break? Real quick?
Yeah.
I'll have my update on what I want to do after the break then.
Okay, sounds good.
That's as well.
Alright, so we'll
Okay.
just break real quick.
We'll take our break.
Alright, stream's back.
Hi, stream.
Okay. So,
What we doing?
what are we doing? Anything before the 30th, I guess, is the question.
Lauren would
I'm
have.
gonna keep bothering Ka.
Ka is.
I don't care
shit.
how done is. I don't care how done he is with me. I'm gonna keep bothering him anyway.
I'm going to start recycling voice lines.
That's
Like,
it's
Set a
just
soundboard.
it's just background stuff like for shits and giggles.
At some point during this whole downtime, John wants to go back and check in on the orphanage.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, can I put X number of days into my Elvish?
That's fine.
Lauren would probably go to Farrell and invite Jade and Noel and anybody else that wanted to come.
Absolutely.
Here's the house. Let's go to Farrell.
That was a week ago.
Well, we have to show Adlar's parents that she did not kill their son.
Fair enough.
She has a prank she wants to pull, so.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But John can check on his orphanage.
So enthusiastic. Oh, really?
She's only been plotting this for a year.
It's gonna happen.
Oh, Jesus.
It's finally gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as far as John checking on the orphanage, Helmfirth it's still a pretty quiet town, honestly. Like, there's definitely talk about kind of the goings-ons in Freeport. You know, they've heard of the monster attack. And there were some, like, shady folks who rode through, like, a month back, but beyond that, there hasn't really been a lot of activity. The orphanage is still standing. You know, there hasn't been any massive upheavals. Things are looking pretty good, considering the influx of cash that you handed them last time.
How's the farm coming along?
How's the farm? It's not. They're not doing much with it right now, just because it's like still midwinter. But they've got the fences up, they got the fields kind of picked out. So once the ground kind of thaws from the periodic freezes, they'll get back to tilling and start planting for the new year.
Cool. I just wanted to check in on them.
Yeah. Anything else while you're in Helmfirth?
I will probably say hello to my mentor and then head back to head back.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's probably happy to see you, and will probably pick your brain on what's actually been going on, just because he's only got kind of ancillary information to go off of as far as what's going on in Freeport and the wider coast.
Oh, I'll tell him all the crazy shit that's been happening.
Yeah, he's definitely grateful for some actual direct insight into the situation, and probably feels a little outclassed at this point. Hearing what you and your party have gotten up to. So yeah, it's eye-opening day for him. On Farrell, what is happening on Farrell?
Well, apparently I'm gonna find somebody who can help me translate this book.
Sure.
Because if anybody's gonna be able to speak Sylvan, it's to the Feywild.
There's definitely a better chance of that here than elsewhere. Honestly, Adlar probably would just tell you to ask his parents or the other elders, just because they're old. They'd probably.
Whatever it's for. Wait, is that an Elvish book? Is that what you're talking about?
Sylvan book.
Oh, Sylvan book. Okay.
Do you want me to just take it to his parents' house? We're going there shortly.
I would actually like to pay for their service.
I'll pay them.
Is this something I should be concerned about?
No. No. Never. But you cannot come right now.
You keep being so concerned for a very...
You can't come right now. You can come later. If you want to come later, come later.
That is a 19 insight on tone.
I don't think it's like the worst prank in the world, but she definitely has something. She is plotting something.
You're gonna get a message that says, "If you tell me what you're gonna do, I'll talk him away."
Lauren will tell you, but Trani won't. So you get to see what happens.
Okay, well, you're talking to Burr. So, is it hella funny / juicy?
Yeah, it's a little funny / juicy. Yeah.
Oh, Barry, you're being such a stick in the mud. We have other things that we have to do there. Other elders you can bring your books to. Oh, or we could check out the library here because it's been a while since we've been there. You do love books, don't you? Why do I feel like my strings are getting pulled?
They're
No
not.
reason to worry about it.
No worries whatsoever.
Not a big deal.
And you'll hear him start to test, but unfortunately he's half his way.
Does Adlar seem to be picking up on this?
Adlar's definitely eyeballing you.
What? We just haven't seen your family in a while. I already told them we were coming. I sent them a little letter.
I heard you, yes. You were not very discreet composing it this morning.
Yep. Well, time for dinner.
When you guys are done there,
Boy.
you should meet Jade and I at the beach.
Ooh. Yes, we will do that.
That actually sounds like a good time.
Oh,
We should just go straight to the beach.
No, we're going right now. Lauren's wearing like
plans. Go ahead. Go off, Adlar. Noel just starts pushing him.
I will say, Lauren dressed a little differently. She's wearing like some feral attire, still similar to her own fashion, but a little more feral style.
Nice.
He is just eyeballing, like just sussy look.
She's like, "Don't you like my outfit?"
It's lovely. What are you plotting?
I'm gonna see if he actually likes it. $28.
I mean, he's looking, but he is also still very sus.
Just look at the address. Just look at that. Let's go.
I am. No, you look great. What do you?
Come on, let's go. Dinner. It's dinner time. Come on.
Okay, so like, I mean, you get to the house and immediately get pulled in by, Dadlar, Ginlamine, and his wife, and sat down at the table, and food's already been set up and set out, and Adlar takes his seat somewhat begrudgingly next to you, as his father is just kind of like, "Well, I'm glad to see our son is not dead. Very good. You've done well."
I promised, didn't I?
You did. Well, it's good to have you back. I take it in that everything is all said and done. The coast is safe. The seas are free once again. No.
Not quite.
Okay. A man can dream.
One day.
Well, at any rate, it is good to see you too. I'm glad to see that you have a free evening at the very least. Please dig in.
Yeah, I figured we'd send it with you guys, because I just know how much Adler loves y'all, even though he doesn't like to say it to you.
He has always been a man of few words, hasn't he, this Adler?
I know. He's so quiet. I wonder why that is.
Adler's got a mouthful of food, just staring at you. Just like, what's the bit? What are you doing?
Aw, you're just so hungry, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, he smiles more around me, I promise.
I would hope so. He spends enough time in Freeport with you.
Yes.
So, what are you doing?
Lauren will, at some point, just like while she's talking, she'll switch from common to just full-on Elvish. during the course of this conversation.
Okay. I think it probably takes a second for it to kind of click, like what just happened. Because I think just because Ginlamean's a very chatty guy in general, he just kind of talks, and I don't think he notices the change in language. He just kind of follows you from Common to Elvish and keeps going for a couple more minutes before he realizes, like, well, someone has been practicing. Adlar, have you taught her? And Adlar's looking at you like, nope.
No, I wanted to surprise him, and she'll put like an arm on his shoulder. I wanted to learn more about his language and y'all's traditions and stuff like that.
I think his mom's just kind of leaning over to him and just like, so? And he's like, Mom, no, don't do this now.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
We'll
I'm waiting too.
Look at him.
I think she'll look at the mom's like, yeah, no, I'm waiting, but we'll see.
I mean, Adlar's gonna go red. His dad's just laughing at this. I think he's just tickled that you've gotten to him more than anything. I think by the end of the meal, Adlar's definitely just got this kind of laser-eyed focus on you as he's kind of picking at the last bit of food on his plate.
She'll give him a little bit.
His dad's like, well, we have a second round almost ready if you are still hungry.
I am starved.
I am stuffed, and we have some friends waiting for us at the beach.
But your parents' cooking is so good. Can't we just stay a little longer?
Roll
just
a persuasion.
a little bit. 18.
Go in.
That's what she said.
All right.
He said.
Okay. We'll say you just kind of talk over Adlar, just kind of shutting that down. You let another wave of food out onto the table, continue the conversation, continue just picking and needling. It's a long meal for Adlar.
I think she's will ask him a point. What's like the traditional wedding dress here? Like, what do you guys typically wear? Are there rings or anything?
Oh, Adlar's gonna kill you. I mean, he's gonna fail, but he's gonna try.
I'm sure his mom will describe, there's probably like a choker and like this kind of like sari style kind of heavy wrap.
That's beautiful. You'll have to show me some sometime.
Oh, I still have mine upstairs.
You should. Can I see it?
She'll take you to show you, yeah.
Perfect.
It's a little dusty. Hasn't been worn in decades, maybe centuries, who knows, with elves, but it is very pretty. Lots of reds, yellows, and oranges.
Dope. Alright. Well, Lauren will find. Well, eventually leave Adlar.
Okay. Eventually, you guys will take your leave of the dinner table. And I think as you guys are leaving, Ginlamean is just like, have your friends come with you next time. There's plenty of room at the table for all of Adlar's friends. And Adlar is just like half pushing you, half dragging you down the street, just getting out of earshot of the house. And I'm sure as you guys get to the beach, Noelle and Burberry and Jade are all probably going to hear just like, so how long exactly did it take you to learn all of that? That you are fluent, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
When was this?
Oh, I took some time at Daggermore when I was building houses. When you were off in the woods hunting. I'm very sneaky.
It's been months.
Yeah. I've been practicing for a long time.
I genuinely don't know how to feel about that right now. I am at a loss for words. I mean, well played, but damn.
I'm committed to my bits.
Clearly.
But it wasn't all of
Clearly
it. But
committed.
Adlar, you look like you just saw a ghost. You okay?
Did you know she speaks Elvish?
She does?
Fluent Elvish.
I taught her the basics months ago.
I kept practicing,
Oh, well, good on you, I would say in Elvish.
and she would respond. She would talk to you in Elvish for the whole day.
Okay, sure.
Adler's like chewing his tongue this whole time, just fucking half proud, half just like, you committed, spiteful motherfucker. You had to get me.
It's not an easy language to learn, Adlar. It's pretty impressive.
No,
that she did it.
no. I am genuinely impressed, but also just blown away that this was kept a secret this long. But also that you learned it that quickly. Honestly, I would expect it to take like a year or more.
How long does it take again? 2 months? A month?
I think it's like 50 weeks.
50 weeks, damn.
I think.
Were we gone that long?
Learning a language. Where's that thing? I thought it was a Xanathar thing. Learning a new proficiency.
Oh, we've definitely been playing this campaign for 50 weeks.
Nah, that's a given. Oh, 10 work weeks, excuse me. 50 days. 50 days. For a new proficiency.
Fair enough.
I am
the
very
months.
close.
Yeah, and I think the months are like,
It's a 60-day month.
yeah, and you guys were gone for like a little over a month.
Well, from your perspective, we were gone for 22 days.
22.
I mean,
Yeah.
between the time you committed prior to that gap.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, you guys
I'll
are
be there at the end of the week.
free to enjoy Feral.
Oh, Noelle and Jade were going to challenge Adlar and Lauren to a beach volleyball championship.
You're on.
Okay, then.
The two
I'll
previous
say-
champs are now on opposite teams.
I'll say then everybody give me an athletics roll.
Okay.
I'm not refereeing this.
21 from Lauren.
Athletics.
I got an 18 plus athletics for Adlar.
Yeah, Lauren got 15 plus 6 for her athletics.
I don't know. I think this feels kind of.
Oh,
Rigged.
This is not gonna go well. Athletics. Jade, you're Noelle got a 6.
Why would it not be athletics? It's volleyball.
I don't know. I could do backflips.
It's a sport. It's what you call athletics. Okay, Adlar got a +1, so it's a 19 for him.
Well, shit.
And where is Jade? Oh, damn, Jade. Well, Jade rolled a 7, but she got a +4, so 11.
Wow, we fucking sucked it.
Yeah,
I think it helps.
Y'all flopped pretty hard.
I think it helps that Adlar and Lauren have been like fucking just tag team fighting like back to back for the past like 3 weeks.
That's true. That might
Streets
help.
of Tiger Moor. there's some coordination that's been learned in that time, and I think it comes through.
You guys work well together. You destroyed us.
You damn fucking right! He's like pounding the fist. Let's go.
1v1 me, Adlar.
Oh, you're on.
Suddenly, I'm very glad that I'm not here for this.
I rolled a 16. Nat 20.
Oh,
20.
very nice.
So 21 from Adlar.
16 from Aloran.
Well,
It's a heated game, but I think Adlar pulls ahead
Adlar,
in the latter half.
You play a lot better than your dad.
He's very pumped too. Just like fucking fist pumping, flexing. It's like, let's go. Right.
Aloran will whisper to Noelle. She's like, I let him win so he wouldn't be upset about the elvish thing anymore.
I believe you. You're not as good of a liar as I am. Now we gotta do one more. Aloran and Noelle on a team versus Adlar and Jade.
Alright, let's do it.
I'll try not to let you down.
Don't worry, I rolled really well.
I rolled good too!
23 from Aloran.
21 total for Noelle.
Oh!
Which is one lower than the highest I could roll.
So 21 and 22?
23, I thought you said.
23? 21 and 23? Okay. So Adlar rolled another nat 20. So 21 from Adlar, and then Jade rolled a nat 1. So 5 from Jade.
Oh no.
Jade has never played volleyball in her life.
Never. And it's very clear as you guys are playing these games, like, Adlar is more or less just like single-handedly keeping their team on the board. And Jade, like, every time she serves, it's just like net funk.
Oh, poor Jade.
It probably ends at like fucking like 6-12 or something in your favor. And then Jade like just comes up to you at the end of this, is like, I don't think this is my sport.
Jade, I didn't know you'd never played before.
I did not even know you said volleyball. I was like, okay, sure. What's volleyball? Oh, this. Okay.
I thought you were just being silly.
Alright, 1v1 me, Noelle.
Oh, this is gonna go great.
Oh, I rolled like shit.
I rolled very mid.
I got a 9 total.
13 total.
Yeah, you
Just
beat
barely.
You
Aloran.
guys are tired from all the previous.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little warmed up, but
You guys are starting to flag. Adlar's like, come on, you got this. You got this. What was that? Like, he's like yelling at you.
okay, let's get a campfire set up. It's getting a little heated.
Sure. So,
Well, how do we want to add more heat?
No, hi, Barnaby.
Nah, that should be the fight you should enjoy. Is
he like
wandered
wandered.
to be in volleyball.
He wandered through the tree portal after you guys, and you never saw him enter feral.
He came through right before it closed.
It's like, I forgot about the fish in there.
I was trying out new hooks everywhere, see where they work best.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, if you guys want to get a campfire started, chill out on the beach. Totally doable.
Cool.
Have yourselves a nice night on feral.
I actually was gonna do the thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, no, that's the reason I wasn't there for volleyball.
What's Burberry doing?
Burberry has to go talk to a specific statue maker about stuff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you've already messaged them once, so I think, you show up. It's definitely a, like, oh shit, there you are. Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna come armed with plans of what the building looks like.
Gotcha.
And, like, where stuff is gonna end up.
And you just need them to make miniatures of everything?
Yeah, so that I can either make it bigger,
Gotcha.
put it inside the final one. And I am gonna go ahead and overpay for it, since she's
Okay.
since I'm using her stuff to make bigger versions.
Sure. I mean, I don't think she's going to ask you for a ton just to make like the little proofs,
Oh
basically.
no, yeah, no, I
But-
know. It's mostly because it's a thing to do.
So we'll say like 200 gold then.
Okay.
For multiple little figurines that you can use as your basis. And yeah, I mean she'll tell you that it's probably going to be like a few weeks to get these done, but
yeah,
once.
And I will also inquire because the last time I was here, I told her that if she had any that she would like me to make for her, if she wanted to do stuff, I would also be game for that.
I think she would say that's very gracious. But I think she also primarily works in like wood.
Yeah.
And she likes carving. It's just like a fun process, So thank you, but she is happy to continue her craft by hand. So that will be Lee's input as far as the project goes. So we'll say that's probably going to be ready by like the beginning of next month.
Yeah. And I'll also catch up Faerul conclave person.
Sure. That fellow. What was his name?
Actually, no. I should talk to him with book.
With what?
And not Adlar's parents, but with the book of Fey Gods.
Oh, Father Lorne, if I remember correctly.
Because I feel like they would be particularly
relevant on Feral.
Yeah, I definitely think he would be intrigued by this, for sure. I guess the big question is like, are you wanting to leave the book with him, or is this something that you want to work on when you've got the time?
I can leave it with him, and I'll give him the notes that I have.
Yeah, I mean he.
Ram currently to save him that problem later.
I think he would be very, very excited to take that project on because that is a big ass book, and hearing
a lot to do.
it's pretty quiet. There's not a huge conclave following on Feral, so the shrine's usually pretty chill. People come by and light candles periodically. It's sweeping mostly.
He's been looking for a project for the next year.
Yeah. This will be a nice way to pass the equivalent of an elvish afternoon.
And
appreciated.
I will pay him for his.
Oh no, he's not taking payment for that.
Would you take a donation for that?
I suppose I can't stop you.
Damn you, Barbarian.
I mean, it could continue going to making the chapel now.
I won't say no.
Okay. I'll throw money at the problem. Yeah.
Sure.
It's not actually a problem. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Speaking of projects, DM, how's my instant earplugs coming along?
I think those might have got finished by now because you said 10 days last time.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was for all of them or if it was for one single one since they were uncommon. And I'm making one for everybody.
When did you start working on those? Was that as soon as you got back?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was literally the first day we got back.
I'd say, because if it's the 30th, then you guys have probably finished, say, like 2 sets by now.
All right.
So 3 to go. And yeah, you guys can bum around on Feral to your heart's content.
Sure.
Is there anything between the 30th and the 40th?
Well, I was going to briefly inject a small conversation with Jade, if possible.
Sure.
Probably just the night we're on Feyrill. I think when they had a moment alone, Noelle would just ask her, Jade, I was thinking recently, it kind of came up the other day, but I figured I'd ask about it. Would you be interested in this being more of a, permanent thing? Would you want to get married at any point?
Oh.
I don't mean for this to be the proposal. I wanted to ask beforehand.
That is certainly conscientious. I won't lie, for a moment I thought you were talking about Feral. It is nice here.
It's really lovely. I'm glad I finally got to show you.
It is really nice here. Let's see. Do I want this to be a more permanent thing?
Okay.
I would have to get back to you on that one. I have a lot to think about on that front. Lots of pros and cons to weigh.
What are some of the cons, Jade?
Well,
I'd be stuck
I would have to wear this ring on my finger, and sometimes it gets cold, and that makes jewelry chilly. So my finger
That's
could
a pretty
get...
big downside.
It's worth considering at least. Let me think. I'd probably have to get some new clothes for the wedding. So
Oh yeah, that's pretty rough.
you got to go get sized and get these really
Right.
nice things
Then you
to
have to
wear.
send out invites to your friends and stuff like that. Ugh, so
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah, that's true.
I've heard there's this thing called eloping, where you just go get married and you don't tell anyone.
Well, that sounds much easier.
It does.
Oh, we should do that.
Maybe we should. Part of me still wants to have some kind of ceremony.
I'm more than happy to do whatever you want to do. I am not picky.
I can't wait.
Me neither.
Give her a kiss.
Oh, that probably turns into more than a kiss.
Every time I start a scene with Jade, it ends the same way.
She can't help herself, all right?
I'm just too cute.
Precious. Anyways, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to get
Jade
that
is on board,
on the record.
despite the inconveniences of wedding planning.
That's true. It's such a hassle, but
So
I
much
guess.
to consider.
What's funny is I was low-key curious if Adlar was going to have a conversation with Lauren after the whole dinner thing.
We both separate. To go have separate marriage conversations.
Adler's like, I thought we were already married since you told the goblins.
Oh, we're just married now?
That's what you said. Am I mistaken? Did I misunderstand that?
I called you my husband.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we're technically married.
So it's done, wife.
No, it's not.
You say it, that makes it true immediately.
No, it's not, husband. That's not how that works.
You see? It is already ingrained in you. I am husband. Your wife. It is what it is. It is done.
You're hublar.
That does not
don't
work
call me that.
at all.
I feel like Noelle and Jade hearing them yelling wife and husband is probably what prompts our conversation.
Just from across the beach.
I don't know. I mean, wouldn't that be ad love?
Add love.
Oh, that is kind of cute, actually.
So, no?
Yes, yes. The
Oh,
answer
yes.
is yes.
Okay, got it. Cool.
Cool.
Are we just engaged now? Is that how this works?
And Lauren, He'll get down on one knee and he'll hold up a blunt.
That's such an Adlar move.
Will you smoke this blunt with me?
Yes, forever and always.
1,000 times yes.
So I got more for giving them pig.
He'll pass it.
That's brilliant.
The interest of decency, would you like me to make you a ring or something like that?
Oh shit, Barnaby!
When did you get here?
Fishing 5 feet from you.
Really that high?
I did not even hear you come up here. Oh my
I'm
god.
a quiet man when I need to be.
Definitely.
Firewind jabbers around, he's just hovering outside the window.
He's fucking just out of the brushes. Out of the
Oh,
brush.
is that a no then? You don't want a ring?
Lauren, do you want the ring?
Sure.
A ring for what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Barnaby, hey, when did you get here?
I was walking down.
Did everyone come to Feral?
I guess so. I guess the tree
Burberry
was still
always
open.
here.
I did not see them come through.
I was with you when you first. Okay.
He even
Wait, did you guys
commented
get
on-
engaged too? She'll look at Noel and Jay.
Oh, technically no, but we probably will be.
Oh.
We definitely will be.
Barnaby makes rings, apparently.
I mean, it's metal. How hard could it be? You just gotta make a little loop with it.
He makes a good point, actually.
Is this gonna be a? Do I need to write a service?
I don't know.
You're
I mean,
a
if you want to be,
priest!
if you want to be legitimate,
Barnaby's a priest! I just realized! It's perfect!
How many blunts have y'all had?
A lot.
so many.
Really
I wanted
high.
to double check.
We're really high.
This many.
I can see it in your eyes.
I can smell it on your
I
breath.
can smell it. I mean, Pharaoh largely smells like that anyway.
It's mostly just the smell of weed. Weed and fucking curry.
It's lovely hair, Jade, but that's maybe the one downside.
Honestly, I don't hate it.
You become nose blind to it pretty quick.
You're not wrong. And the food is great.
It's really good. I have a couple
So
places I
good.
want to show you tomorrow morning.
Mm,
I wonder
yes,
how many.
please.
I wonder how many places on Pharaoh. 24.
24 hours. Well, it's all like people just kind of cooking out of their houses. Remember? Like
Well, no, I know, but if Pharaoh,
There's no 24-hour Taco Bell here.
there's no 24-hour Taco Bell.
There might be. I know the waterfront definitely has some like more traditional like taverns, that kind of serve like sailors and visitors to the island. I think those are like traditional 24-hour places, but Central Gladham, where the good shit is, that kind of sticks to traditional mealtime.
So, Burberry, are you gonna marry us?
Now?
Oh, no. Well, no.
Do we have a ring? But Barnaby, are you done with the ring?
It's been like 2 minutes. I haven't even gotten the medal out yet.
I wasn't sure. You two can be a little impulsive.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting until they calm down before I show them anything.
Oh, that's probably. No, I need to. Yes, I can. Yes.
Cool. We should go tell your parents.
Later. I feel great right now.
No, you should tell his parents it's shotgun.
I can just tell them we got married even though we haven't gotten married yet. Let's do it.
I am good right now. Do not drag me back there.
I think she'll grab Burberry, who suggested it, and be like, come on, let's go.
Where are we going?
We're gonna go to the shotgun wedding.
Oh, you'll have to give me a few minutes if I will not be a part of that, but I will.
All right, Bird, come with me. I'll turn you into a little bird, and you can just watch.
Oh no, that is a terrible idea. I mean, I'm here for it, but it's a terrible idea. Remember the last time that happened when
Oh
somebody
yeah,
turned me
the
into an
double
animal?
face. Yeah, that was creepy. That's gonna ruin my high.
What kind of
I don't
metal
wanna
you
do
want
that.
it to be? What color?
Gold, obviously. I swear to God, Adler, if it's not gold, throwing it in the ocean.
What she said.
I can polish some brass to make it look like gold.
Oh, but Lauren, you know you can't throw it in the ocean because you could just go get it if you throw it in the ocean.
Fair.
Gotta give it that sense of permanence.
Lauren will eventually go back to Dadlar's house.
And
Shotgun wedding!
I mean, I got a gun I could give them to it, so it would be a
We have the
shotgun
shotgun.
wedding.
We have the.
do not shoot my parents.
No, I'm giving it to them to threaten to shoot you, I guess.
Do not arm my parents.
Well, what's wrong with that? It's
Poor
always
Adlar.
good to have a defense.
My father is a practiced wizard. My mother is also a practiced wizard. They do not need guns as well.
Sounds like gobbledygook and twiddly fingers to me.
Oh, Lauren would have dragged Adler with him.
No, I feel great. Don't ruin this.
Come on!
All right, so you drag them over and you tell his parents that it's a shotgun wedding.
Yeah.
I think they could tell you're high. I'm not gonna lie to you. Their insight's pretty good.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, we did get engaged, so that did happen.
I think that one is serious. Did you really?
Adlar, do you want to tell the engagement story of how we got high on the beach and you proposed with a blunt?
We got high on the beach and I proposed with a blunt. The end.
So beautiful.
That's a story you can tell to your grandkids.
I mean, his mom's kind of shaking her head a little bit, just looking at him, but his dad's eating it up. So he's tickled pink by it. I think they will probably make the usual amount of parental ruckus in response to this. Lots of crowding, lots of...
It's both of Burberry's responses of, oh, that's so exciting! And yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. So lots of crowding, lots of Adlar eventually, pulling himself free and just like, all right, back to the beach. I'm good. We're good. Goodbye. And I think by the end of that night, word has been spread. So
Nice.
good job. Anything else between the 30th and the 40th?
I think we're pretty clear at this point.
All right.
I finished Elvish just in time. I can order things from the food places. Have them.
Up.
I
You
said
just cut out.
I know. I said I learned to speak Elvish. I can order stuff from food places. They won't look at me.
That's true. Well, if there is nothing between 30th and 40th, on the 40th, wherever you guys are at,
Our house, probably.
yeah, I think John is going to receive a sending
Oh.
from a gruff-sounding blacksmith with whom he has spoken in the past. The message probably comes through a somewhat altered pace. Shit, it's not down here. Well, where is it? It is the 40th? Actually, never mind. The message actually comes through at a pretty, 1-to-1. Pretty normal sounding. And you would just kind of hear this voice asking, it's like, "Sword's finished. Where can I find you?"
I always forget the name of the town we're in.
You do what now?
I Am I coming there to meet him, or is he coming here to meet us?
He just asked where he can find you.
Oh, it would probably be easier for us to go to him, wouldn't it?
I mean, I could take you to, like, Bayrel or something if you need a ride somewhere where the Feywild is pretty close. Or we can give you the Waylight.
It'd probably be easier to just take the Waylight and go there really quick.
Sure, yeah.
I think Barnaby's got it, but you could take it on your own if you need to.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just reply that I'll meet him as soon as possible at the castle.
All right then. So over the course of 3 plus you like a 16-day gap while John is gone. John, over the course of a day, you would walk through the forest, come out the other side, not too far from that sort of castle town at the base of the mountain in the Feywild. And you would be greeted by the blacksmith and a couple of kind of assistants who would have a sheathed longsword ready for you. And drawing it, you would see that there is definitely like a pretty intense enchanted light emanating from the blade. And the smith would go on to tell you, it's like, well, we spent the past, feels like 3 or 4 months working on that damn thing, so it better damn well do what we told it to. Does it seem to you liking then?
John's gonna handle it and do a couple flourishes and be like, "This is fantastic masterpiece."
Please, well, we'll take that. Good. Well, consider your request fulfilled then. The Lord Carsimian sends his regards. I think you would also note, too, looking around, the purple light kind of shooting up from the peak of the castle, that's gone. And in its place, there is now just this kind of persistent, kind of pinkish purple aurora, just kind of hovering in the air overhead, just kind of softly undulating. And both the castle at the peak of the mountain and the town at the base of the mountain both look to be much more completed, much better constructed than the last time you saw them. I think it's pretty clear that there has been a considerable amount of work done in the Feywild in the short time that you've been away. It would take about a week for the Waylight to recharge, after which you would be able to take another day-long jaunt through the forest and re-emerge in the material plane. And for the party, you guys would probably see John off on, we'll say, the 40th, and you would not see him again until the 56th. At which point, Burberry...
My other stuff is ready.
The staff is ready, yes.
Yay! I have an extra toy now.
Awesome.
It is done. So, I will get you the full text of that item, Clark.
Okay.
Before the night is done. But it is the 56th as of this moment. You guys have spent most of this month in downtime. I think over the course of the past 4 or 5 weeks, you probably have seen that red light every night visible to the east out in the ocean. Just very slowly growing over the course of that time. And I think from the time that it first appeared, It is now starting to look a little bit more prominent, a little more ominous. You're starting to actually notice a bit of it during the day. It is slowly but surely growing.
Side note, on any day that I'm not doing anything special, I am going to continue buying them. But if he's...
I cannot understand what you just said.
That's fine. I said, if I am not using my spell during the day for anything else, I am legitimately going to keep bothering that guy.
Going to keep bothering that guy. Got it. Yeah.
Can I do a charisma check to see if he slips on anything else, or is he...
With disadvantage because he's onto you.
That's fine. You know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration. 'Cause, yeah. 19.
On a disadvantage roll, would just flatten it out to 1 dice roll.
Yep.
So what was the first roll?
Gray dice. That was 19.
Gotcha. All right.
Although, okay. In all fairness, I did technically roll time. I just tend to use the gray one first. So if you would like, I can do the roll again.
Well, it would just have been the first dice that you rolled because it would be without disadvantage.
That's what I'm saying. I rolled both at the same time.
Doesn't matter. Trying to think what would slip.
Probably something along the lines of maybe like the timetable, like, oh god, I can't wait for the something days. Stop talking.
I think what you would get out of him. Okay, I'll say this. The incessant badgering to which you are subjecting this entity. Definitely not earning you any favors, any favor with this thing.
I mean, I did try to do it the nice way first.
I know. But this is not a nice guy. He would look at that, I think, and eventually, I think it would be like a snap one day where he just fucking like screams, actual words, not just obnoxious noises over the sending. And I think he would basically, it would just kind of come out just bellowing, just like,
I swear this contemptible mirror could not be any slower. Just let it be done already.
Interesting.
He's been okay. All right. Cool. That explains why Father Severin's there. I'm content to be there.
that's all you're getting.
That's fine. I am actually not going to with anything like I usually do.
Sure.
Or maybe I'll nag him about his flock again, just so that way I can, like, maybe make him not realize the fact that he just gave me that.
Sure.
Can I just toss out there, I feel like at a certain point, assuming you were doing this in any proximity to us ever, Noelle would probably ask about it. She'd be like, hey, who do you keep sending to, Burby? I keep seeing you cast it all the time.
Oh, well, since we've been idle, hold on. Nope, that is incorrect. one of the things that I have been doing is trying to locate Father Severin, but every time I try to locate Father Severin, or cast sending to Father Severin, I kept being moved to discuss things with someone who wasn't Father Severin.
Oh, right. I remember you mentioning this once.
Right. So at first I tried to do things politely and, flatter his ego, acts like he was important. And then he basically told me he was done talking to me, so I just gave Burr the reins for like a month.
An interesting tactic.
For a week and a half, and just let him say whatever he wanted, and that got him very angry.
Fair.
I think he might have the tranquil pain, though, which would explain why Father Severin is with him. And he kept mentioning he was down there, so I'm starting to think he's either underground, underdark, or maybe in hell.
Huh. It's crazy. I these pains must be something special.
I mean, we have a whole quest line on them, so.
I feel like this will be a one-shot someday.
That being said, he was foretelling the end of days, and it did sound like his deadline was the same as the Red Star.
Well, that's not great. I don't know if I have the mental bandwidth to deal with 2 end of days.
I think they might be the same one.
I hope so.
Apparently he is trying to use it, though. He said it was slow.
Well, if you wanted more info, I bet you could ask the Gatewatch about how those pains work.
Possibly. I'm not sure if it would do much good, though. Because I tried both scrying on the area. We also tried to use the Lord. And I also chatted with my deities about it. None of them are able to actually look into the area, and we don't know where it is.
We do know where it is, don't we? Correct me if I'm wrong, DM, but we learned about Tranquil Pain being owned by someone down in Goshifheim or Handalar?
Gynedos
Gynedos.
is what you heard. It was in the ledger you recovered from Corbel Leafbelly's Cove. Yeah. It mentioned that he had sold the pain to someone in Gynedos.
Yeah, I think Noelle would open her notebook and be like, no, when we were with Corbel down in Gynedos, there was, down in Gynedos, there's a pain, presumably.
Is it possible that there's more than one? Because he didn't sound like a person.
I mean, I'm sure there's more than one out there, but it might be worth taking all this to Gideon and just letting him know what's going on. He might be able to do something actionable while we are busy with everything else we're doing.
Burby will nod.
And, hey, Barry.
Yes?
You doing okay? I feel like we haven't talked in a while. It's been weeks, I think.
I mean, we have talked on and off, but it's, it was in the full. I'm doing all right, thank you. I've been doing research about the whole coming back together thing, and kind of figuring out where I sit in the grand scheme.
How do you mean?
It's kind of a lot to unpack, but I mean, it's one of those. I got myself so focused in on one thing, and because of that, when it was no longer present, it kind of makes one reevaluate a little bit. It's not on you. That's entirely my fault. But it does make one have to sit down and figure out what to do next.
Sure.
I
can understand that.
So that's kind of what I've been doing.
Okay. Well, for whatever it's worth, I am sorry. I wanted to at least say that much. Even if you don't want to.
You have no reason to be sorry, and we will always be friends. That will never change.
That makes me really happy to hear. I would never want to be in a world without you, Burberry.
Well. Sorry, that's like, how do I phrase this one without sounding completely, like, self-defeating? I'm not sure that I am going to be around, at least not in the same way that I am now. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. It's going back to the way it should be.
For whatever it's worth, I think that even when you are back to how you used to be, both of these parts of you will still be there. At least in some small way.
It might be deep, it might not be anything that you notice. And heck, even if I do go back and I have absolutely no recollection of everything that's going on, I had a point and I forgot what it was.
Burberry, you can remember things so well. There's no way you'd forget anything.
I forget so many things.
I genuinely believe that you can make it through this without losing any part of yourself. I've been reading about some pretty powerful magic recently, and I think that consciousness splitting and all that stuff is crazy enough a known quantity.
Yeah, my internet's fucking up.
Oh no!
Oh no! We can still see you guys.
That's good. You guys are hella choppy. That was...
Love that for us.
Yeah. Okay, you're caught up. You're
back.
catching up. You're catching up.
Okay.
Even if I don't remember anything that's happened, all of the things that have happened now will be enough. Because we're all still here.
Yes, we are. Okay, well.
If I do forget, I will be incredibly selfish and ask, please don't tell me I did all this. I would hate to go through it twice. The embarrassment, not the feelings. The feelings were important. The embarrassment, I'd had to go through the embarrassment twice.
I mean,
Stop talking now.
I will warn you, if I don't tell you anything, you might fall for me again.
That will not happen.
No, fair enough.
You are lovely, but you are also taken, and I know better than to put a pony in a race that it's bound to lose.
I suppose we would be starting from a different point at this stage of things.
Timing is everything, one way or other.
Well, okay. I'm really glad to hear that you're doing better, and as always, if you ever need anything.
I'll definitely talk to Barnaby.
Of course, the most reliable person to talk to in the party. And I do still have a gift for you if you want it, but I can wait if you're not ready for that.
I mean, it's not my birthday. But
I wanted to make sure that you were okay and you came to me, but see, look, now I forced it on you. I'm sorry. I get so worried when we're not talking.
I'll happily take any gift that you have to give me. Although in my case, I was a little reticent, since getting a gift to get over stuff seems like a burr move. He wouldn't let me do it. It was very annoying. Thank you for proving my point.
Okay. Well, let's see here. I think, I'll just kind of step up and say, now, I know that you're not going to want to take this gift, but I very much hope that you do. She's going to reach up and take off her black opal necklace, or black onyx necklace that she's been wearing since the first session. And she's going to place it into your palm and close it around it. And she's going to say, when I was little, about 8 years old, this was given to me by one of the caretakers at the orphanage I grew up in. Her name was Renelle. She was an old woman, and she was my best friend back then. A lot of the kids at the orphanage made fun of me. They called me a trickster, and they thought I couldn't be trusted because I was a changeling, so I got picked on a lot. But Renelle was always so nice to me. Every day I was there, and every time I was upset. Eventually, when Amelia and Martin did adopt me, I was scared on that last day in the orphanage. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to develop a connection with them, or I might get lonely while I'm there because I wouldn't have her around. So she took this necklace off her neck and she put it around mine. And Noelle will open your hand and flip the necklace over. And there's a small phrase engraved, 4 words on the back in alien. It says, "Tu n'es jamais seul." And it means, you are never alone. I feel like that message, for someone who's going from being 2 people into being 1, might carry more weight with you at this point in your life than it does with me at this point in mine. I really hope you'll accept this. Because there's nobody
You're
I'd,
gonna make me cry.
there's nobody I'd rather have it than you.
Well, how am I to say no to such a sale as that? I'm afraid I don't have anything that's probably going to be quite as meaningful, but
And he'll actually take off the flower crown, and he'll hand it back to you, and he'll say,
I did not know what all I was doing at the beginning of this, but this gave me an anchor, and honestly, it would probably be far better on you than it's on me. But I'll keep it fresh for you whenever you need it, or if you want to dry it out, that's fine. It seems appropriate now that you have it.
I'll gladly take that. Thank you, Burberry. I'll give you a hug.
does the awkward, like, wait, oh, okay, hug back. like that very slow.
I'm sorry for giving you trouble, and I thank you for taking it.
I thank you for everything, Burberry. I owe you so much.
Well, you don't owe me anything. Elsewise, this would be a very sad trade.
Okay. I'm very happy right now. Thank you for accepting my gift. I am going to go before I start crying more.
Well,
Here, you can have my spare hanky.
Thank you. I'm building a collection. I have Sandy's and yours now.
you'll get it back to me.
I guess to end this on a more productive note, I take it that means you are getting ready for Hello Vale, then, the ritual, in the near future?
It's the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do. I don't know if I'll ever truly be ready. It's marching into the unknown, which is supposed to be terrifying.
That's always terrifying every time we do it. But I understand why you're so reticent. I say we perhaps pitch this one to the party tomorrow and just get a sense of the timing here. We do need to start moving. That light's getting brighter.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'll be doing for the next day. Well, what we'll be doing for the next day. I can't imagine that Bert let the opportunity slip without having one last gorge fest with his teeth.
Sure.
Oh,
Snack.
we're gonna gain so much weight.
Hey, might as well. Okay.
All right. With that, I think we can call it a session as the light of the red solstice looms ever brighter in the distant horizon. We'll call the session there.
All right.
Just yes or no question. Did she come back with any extra new from the Silver Brothers?
Who? What?
Summer Brothers?
Silver. Platinum Brotherhood.
Platinum Brotherhood. No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, they will be working on that.
Cool.
Good session, everybody.
Yeah,
That was a
good session.
That's some classic downtime right there.
There we go. Next session, back to adventure, maybe.
I think so. I think we're ready.
Any MVP nominees for tonight?
There were so many good things that happened.
There was so many good moments. I really love that last conversation with Burberry, but I do kind of want to nominate Lauren for this one.
I mean, yeah, you know, she needs a wedding present.
That's true.
I was gonna nominate Burberry.
All right, that's 2 and 1.
I say, Lauren.
3 and
All
1.
right.
Well, Lauren takes it.